This is tape 1 of the Mythology of the Great Self Within, presented by Robert Moore.
It's a great joy to me to be able to come back and do this small, short course in the Institute curriculum because I believe that the idea of a great self that dwells within is one of the very important ideas that Carl Jung's psychology helps us to understand in unprecedented depth and clarity. And so I've titled this little introduction to the fundamental importance of the study of what Jungians call archetypal materials, of course, folklore, spiritual traditions, and with a special emphasis on world mythology, for understanding the deep structures of the human psyche. And so, as you see in your course description, we're going to have 4 sessions, and of course, you understand that this is simply a very brief introduction to work that will take all of us probably the rest of our lives, and that many of the other courses here in the curriculum enable you to expand upon what we will do together. But the first session tonight, we're going to hit the ground running, and I'm going to try to lecture for about an hour and touch on the theme of the great self in world mythology. And just to give us a sense of the way in which the human psyche and spirit, in reflecting upon itself, has given an enormous number of different images to this idea of a great self in the human soul. Next week, I will share with you some of my reflections upon the wider Freudian psychoanalytic tradition and the Adlerian psychoanalytic tradition in terms of the way in which those traditions have attempted to explain what they know to be expressions of something extremely large and creative, potentially very creative, and often dangerous in the unconscious of the human being. The third week, I will, on February the 1st, I will present some of the Jungian tradition with regard to this great self within, and I emphasize here Jungian, not post-Jungian. One of the things that I think it's very important for us to do in our time is to get very clear about what I consider to be the fact that many people that call themselves post-Jungians are not Jungian at all because of their avoidance of this whole issue that we're going to be addressing in this course. And then finally, on February the 8th, I will talk about some of the clinical implications, both for understanding the task of psychotherapy and understanding our own personal individuation process. And if you will remind me, I will indeed try to reflect that evening about the public implications of coming to terms with the great self within, because I wasn't joking a while ago when I said that as we meet tonight during the inaugural festivities around a new president, that what in fact we are doing will be reflecting upon the psychological ground that's being acted out by our country in this process. There is a projection of the great self upon the president-elect. And we will be talking that last evening a little bit, if you'll remind me, about how one can anticipate some of the promise and pitfalls of relating to the great self on the part of any public leader like our president-elect. So we've got a lot to do, and yet let me underline again that this topic is really at the core of what makes Jungian psychology, Carl Jung's psychology, different from other psychologies. And in a word, as a word of introduction, let me just say something that we'll be reiterating as we go, that not all psychological theories are the same, and not all psychoanalytic theories are the same, and not all views of the unconscious are the same. And it has been the belief of people who have been grounded in Jung's thought that world mythical traditions and world spiritual traditions have to be studied not because they are of any simple antiquarian interest, that they contain clues, they contain partial maps of what Carl Jung called the collective unconscious, or what has been called in other places the objective psyche, and that beneath the level of the personal unconscious and the family unconscious and the cultural unconscious, which certainly exist, and we should speak later in the course about how each of these levels influence the emergence of the great self, that there is a substrate which is common to the species that we are, and it is in that it is in understanding some of the implications of a self which is grounded in the collective unconscious that the uniqueness of Carl Jung's psychology really lies. Unfortunately, many people today in the Jungian community spend very little time looking at the implications of this great self within, looking at its phenomenology, or trying to understand how it affects clinical practice, even in those who don't believe in it. So without any other introductory words, let me just jump in. If you study the history of ideas in Europe, and many of you undoubtedly have read Ellenberger's book, The Discovery of the Unconscious, you, of course, notice that Freud and Jung were not the first ones to think psychologically about the human unconscious. There were many predecessors to these great geniuses. But tonight I want to mention and talk briefly about one of these people who were the predecessor, who was a predecessor of modern psychoanalysis that is almost never talked about in this context. And I want to lift his name up to you and suggest to you that he was one of the great heralds of the kind of study that you and I are doing together tonight. His name was Ludwig Feuerbach. And let me refer you to this little book, which created an enormous stir when it was published. It's called The Essence of Christianity. And it was published in 1841. He was one of the young scholars who were known as the young Hegelians. And it was out of this group that Karl Marx also came. This man made a tremendous impact with this book in 1841. It was a revolutionary book it was a frightening book to the Christian world at that time, because what he did was to essentially turn theology on its head. At that time, Christian theology in Germany was dominated by Hegelian thought, and you've all heard of Søren Kierkegaard, who was one of the persons who rebelled against the elaborate speculative systems, the Hegelian ideas of the absolute moving on to unification, thesis, antithesis, synthesis. But you probably have not heard much about Feuerbach. Feuerbach was a really adept psychologist. And his argument was that Christian theology was really anthropology. And that if you wanted to understand what was really going on with Christian theology, what you had to understand was that human beings were intuiting themselves as a species when they were writing theology. And that when they wrote all the elaborate Christian theology, that this was in essence a projection of the human self in its essence, in its evolutionary essence, one might say. And so he, in this book and other work, he interpreted Christian dogma psychologically, and saying that essentially what was going on was that no one individual of us would be able adequately to express the potential that was in us as a species, but that the essential human was projected and reflected in Christian dogma. And so that's why he often said theology is anthropology. Now, I want to suggest to you that if you study this, it reads very Jungian, if you read it as psychology. And so it is in that Feuerbachian tradition. Now, you don't have to buy Feuerbach's anti-metaphysical bias. I mean, one still has to decide what one's going to do about philosophical metaphysics today. So don't take me wrong. I'm not saying that this is the last word in all theology, psychology. I'm simply saying that Feuerbach understood something that it would take many years would go by before Carl Jung would come along and elaborate a way of thinking which would explain some of the plumbing underneath Feuerbach's claim. And so Feuerbach said theology is anthropology. We might expand that a little bit and say, yes, you're right, Ludwig. The image of Christ can be understood as a projection of the deep structures of the self, but it is not just Christian spiritual tradition that can be understood that way. That we can understand a great amount of the world's imaginative, mythological, and symbolic traditions in this way. And so we would say mythology is anthropology, or in mythology, if we look at it and we do what he suggests, we write it back and say, this is telling us about our species potential. Or as Carl Jung, we'll talk about later, as Carl Jung would put it, this is telling us about the 2 million-year-old human who is in our DNA. Or some of us today would say the 4-million-year-old primate. So that is a way of framing this, and that deserves a book or two. That whole Feuerbach-Jung dialogue deserves a book or two if somebody wants to write a book right quick. But let's move on now, and let me just frame this a little bit more. The argument Feuerbach made, and the one that I think we want to continue reflecting on, is that if you look at these symbolic materials, they are issuing out of an entity in the human psyche that's far larger than the individual human ego, or little s self. And we're going to run through a number of different traditions before we take a break, and then we'll come back after the break, and you can add to the ones I'm going to mention, because you can mention a great number out of your own experience. But I'd like us to just go quickly through some of these and touch on some of the themes that if you're coming at this material thinking about, well, I'm going to try to understand what this entity in the human psyche is like. How that kind of question, is there a psychological ground to this great self that you can see phenomenologically, how that reframes different materials. And I'd like to start with a fairy tale. Now, one of the things you may want to do as we do this together is to look at different fairy tales for clues about the way this great self within manifests itself. I chose one that's been talked about a lot recently, in which it's very, very easy to see. And of course, it's one that's been explicated by my friend Robert Bly in his book Iron John, the fairy tale called Iron John or Iron Hans. Of course, when Bly looks at that, he deals with it from the point of view of a young male's attempt to come of age. And he's not really looking at it from the kind of point of view that we are looking at this material from. But let me, you probably all could tell that story. I'm not going to tell the story. I'm just going to point you to a number of things in the story. I would submit this to you. Wherever you find materials relating to the great self in world mythology, you often find references to gold. Because gold is almost always associated with the great self. And as you remember that story, Iron Hans or Iron John, there's a great deal of stuff about gold in that story. And another thing that we'll be talking about a little later this evening is the way in which royal themes are associated with the great self in many, many different world traditions. And the difficulty in accessing the great self without being destroyed is a recurrent theme. Now, all of these issues surface in the story about Iron John. As you remember, if you think of Iron John as the representation of the great self, early in the story, it's away in the forest, and it's not seen for what it is at all. It is in fact, extremely dangerous, even in its hidden places. You might even say especially in its hidden places, it's very dangerous. You seek it out at your own peril. Many expeditions disappeared when they were going and trying to find out what was happening in the forest. And it wasn't until a person came along who was sufficiently careful to observe very, very carefully what was happening, that it was noticed that a hand comes up out of the water and grabs things and pulls them under. Once you get a feeling for the great self in the human unconscious, and you watch how it functions clinically, you notice that the hand of the great self does reach up and grab us and pull us under more often than not. In fact, epidemiologically speaking, I would say that if you just look around the world today, how are we doing about relating to the great self and the human psyche? Very badly. Most of us get pulled under. And you can see this thing being acted out in the Near East now as acting out of a lot of these unconscious great self dynamics. Okay, so in any case, then we get an image of a little boy who confronts the caged great self, the caged Iron John. The parents have it caged. The caged great self is not terribly useful. It's interesting to think about that image as an image of repression, what we would call psychological repression today. And the story presents it that the key to understanding what's happening, the little boy loses his golden ball, it runs in the cage, it rolls into the cage. How are you going to get your golden ball? Well, you're going to have to get the key that's under the parent's pillow. I say parent because, little boys' keys are under the mother's pillow. Little girls' keys are under the father's pillow. But in any case, the little boy unlocks the door. He is led by this great self back into a forest. He is put in touch with a golden fountain that he cannot relate to well in a mature way. He touches the golden liquid, and the story emerges as a increasing amount of being affected by the golden liquid. And it moves through a period in which the young male hair has been touched by the golden liquid. He has to cover it for a great deal of time in the story. Later in the story, someone who loves him uncovers the golden hair. And there's an increasing image of empowerment, of the vision of the young man's role in life. And toward the end, after he has taken on many hero tasks, and we'll get to the hero in a minute, the young man gets married. We get wedding symbolism when you get around the great self. And at the wedding, the transformed Iron John arrives at the wedding, not as a wild man, but as a king in his own right. A king released from an enchantment. There you get a lot of these themes about the great self, about the problem of relating to it, about the contagion of contact with its energy, its gold energy. I want you to be thinking about gold energy during the time we spend together. It's a wonderful way of talking about narcissistic libido. It's a wonderful way of talking about what happens when you touch your grandiosity, and the fact that when it touches you, it's awfully hard to get it off. You know, it kind of sticks on you. And if you try to rub it off on somebody else, it'll stick on them too. And so we'll be thinking a lot about the great self and gold energy and grandiose libido, etc. But anyway, so that fairy tale alone, if you will read that carefully and look at it and think about the release and transformation of the energies of the great self and the unconscious, I submit you'll have a very different, it can be seen as consistent with a lot of the things that Robert Bly wants to point out. And one of the things that we could talk about is the relationship between initiation, individuation, and the appropriate accessing of the great self. And so we can touch on that later. But as you look at your fairy tales, you should probably look at that one, read it, give it a reading in the context of our class from Grimm's fairy tales. And that will give you one very important take on this great self. But it's not just fairy tales in which you see this intimation of a great self. You see it widely within different human spiritual traditions, some of which I will mention, and then after our break, I hope that you will mention others that come to your mind. One of the most obvious ones that comes to mind, of course, is the rich tradition in Hinduism with regard to the great self within. It's so extremely rich, you could teach course upon course upon course upon course and never exhaust this thing. Because Hinduism, they say, is like a great river with many, many tributaries and little eddies, and there are just so many traditions with regard to this. I could talk about Shiva traditions and the way they reflect the great self. I could talk about Krishna traditions and the way they reflect the great self, and so on. But the one that's the most evident is the Hindu teaching about the relationship between the Brahman and the Atman. And the Brahman corresponds to the great self, one might say the soul of the world, and the Atman with a little a is the individual soul. But in the Hindu tradition, these are the same yet distinct. And this leads to a classical Hindu practice of greeting the other and acknowledging the God in the other person. We might say, "Thou art that, thou art that, thou art that." When they say that, they mean the soul that you are is really united with the soul of all the world. And if you study those traditions, if you get into the Hindu scriptures, there are many, many references which have the great self speaking through the individual. I'll get into a myth cycle from another aspect of Hinduism in a minute under mythology. But let me just turn to Buddhist tradition. Now again, Buddhism is not one simple little easily understood religious tradition. There are many, many traditions. But if we look even at the most iconoclastic, one of the most iconoclastic traditions within Buddhism, that of Zen, and you look closely, you see this fascinating teaching, although there's a great deal of discussion about the lack of self in Buddhism. I recently brought out with my co-editor Daniel Meckel a book in this Paulist Press series called Self and Liberation, the Jung Buddhist Dialogue. If you're interested in the Buddhist interface with this, you might want to look at that book. But it covers a lot of different traditions. But in Zen, it is clear that there is an understanding that beyond your ego, beyond this grasping, egocentric, we would say today, narcissistic, self-centered ego, is what they call a true person of no rank. That is to say that deep within you is a reality which in its essence is compassionate. It is not into status climbing for status. It is capable of, as they put it, chopping wood and carrying water. And it is, in other words, this great self within, which is humble and loving and compassionate, and that ground which Buddhists often talk about, the ground which issues in the spirit of the Bodhisattva, the one who comes who is not possessed by the grasping of the selfish ego. Christian tradition, it's again rich, especially if you study Christian mysticism. Christian mysticism is replete with accounts of this great self manifesting itself through different mystics. But I think it's instructive for us just to turn to the Christian New Testament expressions of this before you get into the later developments, and just look at the way in which Christians have made a great deal out of Paul's discussion of his experience of the Christ within, saying, "It is not I who live, but Christ who lives within me." All of that Pauline tradition about the Christ within is, if you frame it through this phenomenology of the great self, you would put that as a foremost expression of this. The later theology of the Imago Dei, the image of God, the signature of God and Christ on the soul of the individual, would be another expression of this. There were many Christian mystics who got themselves in deep trouble by experiencing the Christ within so powerfully that they made statements about this presence within them that were considered heretical, and many of them were punished very severely for articulating their experience of this great self. In Judaism, I think one of the clearest places that you can see this this image of the great self is in Kabbalistic tradition, and you see there in many traditions the discussion of the Adam Kadmon. This is the self, the great man who, on the fall into human existence, was split into more than one expression, and yet the Jewish mystics out of these traditions believed that a spark of the divine resided in each of the fragmented pieces that were scattered from this atom Katman. And eventually, God would bring all those pieces back into unity through spiritual practice in some way. In Islam, of course, those of you who know Sufism are familiar with the expressions of the great self in Islamic Sufi tradition. And if you're not familiar with that, I recommend that you get some of the poetry of Rumi and listen to that before you come to class next week. Particularly, I think of the recordings of Coleman Barks, of reading Rumi's poetry. In that poetry, you get a powerful expression of the mystic's sense that the greater self is coming in and displacing the ego. And there's wonderful places where Rumi essentially switches places with the great self, speaks for the great self about Rumi. And but it's not just Rumi. There were many Islamic mystics who, again, like the Christian mystics, got themselves in bad trouble with the authorities by proclaiming that the boundary between them and God was not as firm as others had thought. In alchemy, it's no accident that someone that thinks about these issues, as Jung did, got deeply into alchemy. Because if you look carefully at the symbolism of alchemy, you find all sorts of references and symbolic motifs which are suggestions about the presence of this great self in very unnoticed places. And the whole idea of the lapis in alchemy, the philosopher's stone, is something that can be understood very clearly as a reference to the presence of this great self in very hidden forms in the base matter of the world and of human experience. As this tradition expresses growth and development, it also uses all of this gold symbolism. The idea of moving from lead to gold is a direct reference about the redemption of the great self from expressions which hide its power and beauty. I didn't put down here anything about Gnostic traditions. I left that out not because it's not a very important reference, but because we have a conference coming up on Gnosticism and Jung in this next year and in this coming year. And it is one of the most important traditions which show the presence of the great self in the psyche. And I will be addressing some of the Gnostic traditions with regard to the great self within at that conference. And each of these traditions, you could spend a tremendous amount of time looking at the expressions of this large being in the soul and its various expressions. But if we turn to world mythology, one of the sources which you'd want to turn to in reflecting about this. There's familiar things that you've already looked at, but look at it again in this wider context, and that is in polytheistic traditions, look at the gods and goddesses in these traditions and reflect upon them as expressions, different form expressions and different forms of the great self within the human soul. And that would be an interesting thing to think about the way in which the different gods and goddesses in different cultures come out looking very differently, but having themes which you can easily relate to different cultural settings. For those of you who have not looked at Jean Boland's books, looking at her goddesses in every woman and gods in every man would be an instructive review of this material on the great self, because what she is able to do there is to show different forms of expression, which these things that we Jungians talk about as archetypal configurations, how they express themselves, how they are different in their expression. And I submit to you, if you think about them as manifestations of the great self, as filtered through particular cultural traditions and distorted through different cultural traditions, I think that you'll be able to reflect on, well, I wonder what it is that makes all of these great forms in Greek culture come off looking so bad. I wonder why it is that it's hard to get a very positive image of the great self in Greek culture. If you'll read all of these different forms that Boland talks about, none of them come out looking too good. It'd be instructive for you to think about why that might be, and let us discuss that later on. Now, the form of the great self that is probably the easiest to see in world mythical traditions is, of course, the form expressed in hero traditions. And no doubt you all have made yourself familiar with the hero through Joseph Campbell's work, or the work of Otto Rank, or the work of Lord Raglan. But it's a useful thing in this context to go back to these hero traditions and think about them as traditions which chronicle the human encounter with this psychic reality, and what happens to a person when they run into this psychological reality, and what is the sort of landscape one is put into when one runs into it, and what are the problems, promise, and pitfalls of running into this great self. I think when you bring that issue to hero traditions, you see them not as interesting antiquities, but you see them as profound mappings of the human struggle to relate in a constructive way to these great energies which lie in the human soul. And after our break, you may want to discuss that some, what we learn by studying hero traditions about the encounter with the great self. Another alchemical image that is repeated widely in world mythology is the royal couple, what Jungians often call the hieros gamus, the sacred marriage, or the mysterium conjunctionis, that is this royal couple that is imaged as high-level development in alchemy. But it's not just in alchemy that you see this so widespread. If you study world mythical traditions, the mythology of king and queen are represented extremely widely. From Egyptian mythology to many, many other traditions, and one that I want to refer you to and suggest that you look at in the context of this course, the Ramayana, the Hindu epic of the Ramayana. It is possible to read the Ramayana as a drama which is a telling of the drama of the great self within men and women. And it's possible to look at the major figures: Rama, the great liberator king, warrior king; Rahwana, the great rebel demon lover; Sita, the betrayed queen, ravished and betrayed and abandoned queen; and Hanuman, the great redeemer, monkey general. It's possible to look at all of this great panoply of figures in the Ramayana as aspects of the great self in human men and women. And so let me recommend that you look at that mythological cycle, and we will be, as we go, we'll be talking about what one can say out of Jungian psychology about the king and the queen and Hanuman and Rahwana and these figures as aspects of the archetypal self, or great self. The book, which many of you have heard me mention before, which picks up on this king and queen imagery as representations of the great self. One of the wonderful books that does a cross-cultural presentation of this is the book The Old Enemy by Forsyth, Forsyth, which plots the great cosmic combat in the soul through mythological terms, cross-culturally, and shows an interesting sort of parallelism between these traditions with regard to the king and the queen in relationship to evil and the creation of a world. Another place where you want to look at some of these traditions about the great self is in John Perry's work. In the context of our thinking about the great self within, it would be instructive for you to look at John Perry's The Self and Psychotic Process, his book The Roots of Renewal in Myth and Madness, his book The Heart of History, and the book in which he edited the traditions of the mythology of kingship, called the Lord of the Four Quarters. First edition was Myths of the Royal Father, and it's been published in the Paulus Press series as the Mythology of Kingship. So if you look at a wide sweep of human symbolic traditions, you find such an incredible amount of storytelling, narrative, of narratives which speak from the point of view of a royal I or a royal we, that are far greater than the ordinary human being. If you are a person operating out of a psychological point of view that has no sense of a collective unconscious or of an archetypal self. All of these things might not be brought into a careful comparative reflection. If, however, you work out of a Jungian point of view, you begin to look at these things and, following Jung, begin to see them as all giving us stories of the human self with a large S, told by the human self. Or as Feuerbach says, we get theology as anthropology, or we get, as we might say, mythology as psychology. And so this is some of the things I wanted to lift up to you. Before we take a break, let me just give you an opportunity to name some of the traditions you know about which you would put in our pot here that I've not mentioned. Do you know of other traditions that reflect the presence of a great self that I've not put on the board? Any of you like to share something? Yes.
Some of the esoteric concepts of multiple lives coming in contact as being each little egos that are part of a bigger self, and each life working to express itself to the higher self is using these little lives to reach a greater transformation.
Okay, now that's a really fascinating. He's saying that if you really come at your reflections thinking about the great self, that you can look at reincarnation theories as expressions of this, that there are many esoteric traditions. The one he's pointing out is the tradition around reincarnation. That certainly is true, and that is particularly helpful when you're looking at Buddhist views of reincarnation, for example, because if you have a very shallow psychological approach to Buddhist theory, you get into this little thing about, well, why do these Buddhists talk about reincarnation when they don't believe in a self? Well, if you understand that they're making a distinction between the ego as the little s self, or the individual expression, and the great self, and you're talking about different lives as expressing parts of the fullness of the great self, then those Buddhist traditions don't seem so confusing. Did you have another thought?
Touching into Buddhism, the people that I can think of that's most closely are touching towards this great self are some of the Buddhist people who use mysticism and meditation to access these great energies.
Yes.
And a contrapoint to that is that there's two faces to this image of God. One is the great powers, and I think the Buddhist tradition has a tortuous road because one sort of acquires loving kindness, but there are many who acquire the great powers without loving kindness.
Yes.
And have great charisma and great power.
Okay. Let me
great
just...
destruction.
Right. Now, another thing he's pointing to, and it's in Buddhist traditions as he's noting it, but it's on also many other spiritual traditions, the idea of the great special powers, called in some traditions cities, but there are many different words to use to express it, but they mean paranormal powers. So we can broaden it and we can say all of this talk about paranormal powers is really great self-talk, no matter what tradition you see it in. That's great self-talk. Another thing following your idea is that there are many esoteric traditions that talk about things like the Akashic records. You familiar with that? Well, this is a related kind of idea. It's like that there is knowledge which is larger than the knowledge I as an individual could have, and that sometimes individuals tap in to this larger knowledge which seems to go on forever. and seems to have access to databases which one never dreamed of. And I think we would have to say, again, as with other expressions of paranormal powers, this whole fantasy about this is directly related to this whole phenomenology of the great self, because you would think about, well, it's the great self that knows. It's the great self that has all this information, that sort of thing. Other thoughts? Yes?
Well, there's a sort of panoply of New World spiritualities from the Native American all the way to Emerson and Thoreau and
Yes.
transcendentalism.
Yes, absolutely. Emerson and Thoreau, transcendentalism really tapped deeply into this whole idea of a great self in the human being. There's no question about that. Different native traditions, different pre-modern tribal traditions around the world have senses of this. In fact, if you look at the book Restoring and Healing, edited by Lawrence Sullivan, one of the things that you notice that ancient healing practices often included getting out of your little s self and identifying with a greater self in order to be healed. Now, when we get to Jung, we will be coming back to an idea very much similar to that. Jung believes that it's numinosity, it's contact with numinosity that heals you. Well, what's numinosity? Well, it's this paranormal power. It is extraordinary power, and which Jung associated with the archetypal self. It's we have Rudolf Otto's idea of the mysterium tremendum, the mysterium fascinans, the tremendous mystery, the fascinating mystery. Jung associated that with the archetypal self or the great self, we would say. Other thoughts of other traditions that you might want to put on the table before we take a brief break? Yes?
Well, the other one I can think of is I don't even know much about it, but the spiritualism that Yeats expresses in a vision, and Madame Blavatsky, and
Yes.
I'm not sure who else.
Right. All of those theosophical, she's mentioning Madame Blavatsky and other spiritual tradition of spiritualism. A lot of the theosophical images and the theosophical tradition pull together from different cultures images of the great self, and begin to use the idea of the great self in that tradition as evidence for the unity of all religions. And while today, with the scholarship we have today, we wouldn't say that all religions are the same, but by looking at these psychological infrastructures relating to the great self, we can certainly see what they might have been pointing to. Any other thoughts about particular traditions, Dan?
Robert, can you tie the Aborigines into the Native Americans with the idea of the Father Sky and Mother Earth and respect for the Earth, and they just kind of use it while they're here and don't never figure that they own it?
Yes. He's raising the issue of the traditions of the Australian Aborigines. I think that if you look at those traditions with this eye for the great self, you see many things, not just the references to sky and earth, but the whole idea of the dream time. There is this time that is a greater time. It's not a little time like the one you and I live in. It is the great time. And through it, all times are connected. So that gets you to this sense of a larger reality that goes with the great self, that has a different sense of space and time as well. When we get into that Gnosticism conference, I'm sure one of the things that the people will be talking about is the whole idea that goes with the Gnostic idea of the anthropos, the great self, the idea of the pleroma, the fullness, which is a concept which ties together everything from our discussion of Akashic records to dream time and other things. That is, the sense of a large, much larger kind of reality which individual humans can touch and can participate in some way. So that's parallel to the Christian idea, even though many Christians are so secularized they would never think of it this way. But this is very much related to the Christian ideas of the body of Christ, participating in the body of Christ, the great self, and also the idea of participating in a new reality, larger reality called the kingdom of God or the reign of God. So there are, if you start looking at these things, this incredible sense of largeness and fullness and completeness and power and energy which is of a different order than that which we experience in our individual egos. All of those things, I think, do attest to this sense of the great self within. Yes?
Does it have to be extraordinary? And isn't the largeness more a reflection of our ego's relationship to the self?
Well, that's a good question. He says, does it have to be extraordinary? And, of course, that's a matter of one's perspective. There's no question that touching the great self in these different traditions, you know you're dealing with something of a different order. It's like that's what Rudolf Otto was talking about when he was talking about the encounter with Das Heilige, with the encounter with the holy. When you're in the presence of the holy, you know that it's different. And this is related to Eliade's idea of the hierophany, the manifestation of the sacred. And when you meet this great reality, it discloses itself to you. It is something which is very powerful and has its own agency with regard to you. And so, in that sense, it's always extraordinary. However, there are many experiences of it which are not earth-shaking or perhaps not even recognized as experiences of the great self, but are much more soft and mellow and gentle. A lot of nature mysticism doesn't really feel all that much like an earthquake, but is still a participation in that reality. Yes?
It makes me think of Taoism,
Yes.
which you didn't mention there.
Yes.
Which seems to be not so.
Yes. He's bringing up the idea of Taoism, the idea of this gentle flow, this receptivity, this incredible softness that's in the larger ways of heaven. So I think that's absolutely right. Chinese traditions certainly do have a different feel on this, and it's still equally this sense of a larger self that it's our duty to align ourselves with so that we can be resourced and renewed and redeemed and be given some larger sense of perspective and vision. Well, why don't we take about a 10-minute break, only 10 minutes, and then let's come back and discuss this some more. I'll get you out of here promptly at 9 if you'll come back in 10 minutes. Let me frame this again. Now, remember the Feuerbach framing. Because without the kind of framing that Feuerbach did with Christ, the Christian tradition, Christian religion, as expressions of one entity. That is, expressions of the essence, as he put it. This title of this, The Essence of Christianity, by what he meant by that was that this is the fullness of the potential of our species, that one individual cannot embody, but that we all sense is a real thing. This is a real human reality that we share in together, and that this is directly related to that. I'm sure he does a lot with the idea of the body of Christ. But the importance of framing it in a contemporary, larger update of Feuerbach is important, because if you don't frame it like he did, you look at all this and all you got is all this phenomenology. So it's important for us to remember, see, what I'm suggesting here is not just look at all the phenomenology. I'm suggesting do a contemporary update of Feuerbach and widen it and say there is a human psychic reality which is in its base a unity. There is something which is being expressed through all of these various expressions, and this is related to what Jung called the 2 million-year-old human in you. That at the time Feuerbach wrote, he did not have the incredible amount of sociobiological evidence that we've got now to support a lot of this kind of argument. He did not have the books that I recommended that you read for some background, the Anthony Stevens book, Archetypes of Natural History of the Self, and his little book on Jung. And he did not have access to Edward Edinger's Ego and Archetype, which I also suggest that you look at for the Jungian basis for this course. But if we frame it in that Feuerbachian tradition, with the update with the evidence and the kind of much more extensive cross-cultural and interdisciplinary materials that we have now, and you start and you do not play this post-Jungian game of doing away with the objective psyche and just getting into images. But what you do is, with Jung, you say, there is a capital S self that is expressing its enormous luminosity, mediated through all these world traditions, and that individual cultures, context, families, birth orders, etc., mediate different facets of the great self. Then you begin to get a different take on all these things, and you, following Jung, begin to say, well, if I start looking at that, well, what's this great self like? And I submit that that is very different from simply doing comparative religion or comparative mythology. It's a radically different kind of meta-theoretical stance. When somebody loses that context, in my view, as I'll argue throughout this course, they stop being a Jungian for the first point. They stop being Jungian. Secondly, they lose any capacity to really understand the
the reality of the ground of the grandiosity in the human psyche, and that it isn't going to go away. I mean, one of the things that we'll get into in following weeks is we will understand by looking at this why Freudian analysis cannot work. Why so many of these other schools cannot heal you, because they cannot understand the problem. Once you understand that there is something in you that thinks it's God, and that it doesn't go away ever, then you've got a little better chance to understand the problem. And you have a little better chance to understand why ordinary kinds of shallow therapies don't get at the problem. If you don't have any sense that there is this thing in you that thinks it's God and will always think it's God, will always know it's God. If you don't get that, then you can't get a handle on the size of the problem we've got. It's an individual problem that you and I have, and it's this great self that's behind everything that's wonderful about us, and it's behind all the things that are problematic for us. This has all of our inspiration, all of our ambition in it. It's got all of our vision, all of our sense of significance. It's got the grounds of our depression in it. It's got the grounds of our incipient psychoses in it, and so on. So I submit to you that you've got to keep in mind that we bring with us a Jungian hermeneutic here, post-Feuerbachian Jungian hermeneutic. Once you start bringing that frame to this material, this looks a lot different to you than it does to somebody at the University of Chicago in the History of Religions department or the Anthropology department, who are convinced that the reasons for these little parallelisms between traditions are probably diffusion and probably really superficial anyway, and they're not of much relevance for anything. So, saying that, let's open it up now. Other reflections you've got to these materials? Yes?
I'm sorry, I really don't understand quite what you're saying. Are you saying that within us there is a sense that we are God?
There is a psychological reality, a psychological structure in you that is not your ego or ego consciousness, and that according to this phenomenology, this witness of the human past, believes itself to be divine. Is what?
It's not archetypal structure, it's a psychological structure?
Well, no, you wouldn't want to make a distinction between archetypal and psychological if you were staying a Jungian. We'll get into that when we get into Jung. I mean, the archetypal structures are the psychological structures of the collective unconscious for Jung. And that is to say, the important thing to get is that this is not a figment of your imagination. This is not merely a fiction, as some so-called post-Jungians would say. This is not merely a product of your imagination. This is a direct and ubiquitous expression of a fundamental psychological structure that's grounded in your DNA. And that if you do not understand that there is this sort of solar furnace in there burning away with very, very powerful libido, then you're not going to really understand most of the human attempts to form adequate defenses against the experience of this thing. And one will not understand the struggle of the ego not to be psychotic. And as we will see next week, you will not understand the human defense against grandiosity. See? You will not understand why we use our depressions to keep us grounded. You will not understand why we cling to our ordinariness as if it were a life preserver. If you are a behavioralist, or if you have a lot of if you come out of a lot of the other psychologies today, it will be extremely difficult for you to come up with a cogent explanation of raw, full-blown psychotic states, the phenomenology that emerges before you medicate them. And of course, with our increasing virtuosity with medication, less and less do we have to confront this God talk. See? But if you're in the presence of someone who is in this thing and they're talking, it gets your attention. And you're real clear that this is not something ordinary talking, So anyway, on the one hand, as we'll see next week, what I'm describing here, other people describe different ways. Contemporary self-psychologists talk about this as the grandiose exhibitionistic self organization. Now, they don't, most of them, as far as I can tell, don't think they're making any metaphysical statements whatsoever when they describe that. And I, along with them, do not believe that you have to be making any explicit metaphysical statements at all to describe it. It is a phenomenological reality which, once you have the theoretical basis, you can look and you can see it operating. And the self-psychologists, as we'll see next week, are very good at giving you a micro-level description of what this stuff is like. What is it like when you're in touch with this grandiosity to a degree that your psyche cannot regulate well? And there is enormous amounts of literature on this. For example, if you work with addictions, if any of you work with addictions, or if you are an addict, have been an addict, then you might want to look at this book by Levin called Treatment of Alcoholism and Other Addictions, a Self-Psychological Approach. Because what you get in there is a description of how difficult it is for us human beings to regulate our states of excitation in relationship to this grandiose energy that we run into. And it's a classic thing we'll talk about more later. There are therapists that don't have any assumption or knowledge about any of this stuff, who know that if one of your clients gets into a lot of display behavior, you have to be very careful how you respond to it. That is, if they get into very exhibitionistic behavior, and if you respond to it in a way that's not aware of how it's likely to burgeon if you respond too enthusiastically to it, then you may find yourself driving your patient into a hospitalization because you responded too enthusiastically to an exhibitionistic display. It's directly related to all of this thing about the great self. But if one is not familiar with all these traditions and one doesn't have any sense of this, and there are many therapists that don't have any idea about the energies, the grandiose energies in the human psyche that are waiting to be overstimulated. And all the discussion of shame, all this shame talk we have, most of the folks that talk about it don't have any idea about how the shame phenomena is related to this. And if you run into a person who has enormous shame responses, you're dealing with someone who is having a terrible time relating their connection with this. See? Yes. Okay. If when somebody compliments you, you are not able to take it gracefully and say thank you, you are in a struggle with this thing for equilibrium. If the compliment makes you lose your regulation of your psychological equilibrium, it gives you a clue about how much balance you've got in regulating your contact with this great thing in you. And the fact that you have that reactive response to a compliment, oh no, then that is a direct clue that you haven't befriended this thing with respect. Yes?
I feel like I missed a step somewhere.
Okay, you missed a step because I haven't had a chance to do my next week's lecture.
Oh.
because
Why is it a problem? Why is it related to the great social problem?
because it's very easy to lose until you have really gotten mature as a human being. It's very easy to lose the sense about where you stop and it starts. And see, for example, if you never received much nurture as a child, constant nurture, so you could internalize what we call structuralization in your personality so that you regulate your states of excitation well without getting overexcited and starting to fragment. If you didn't, most of us these days have not had that good kind of adequate parenting, you know. And so then you have some mystical experience, which according to the research, sociological research, huge percentages of people have had. I mean, the secular world is a creation of secular professors. It doesn't exist in the sociological world. Andrew Greeley's has enormous sociological evidence about people's paranormal experiences and so forth, and it's been documented by other researchers out the kazoo. So, but anyway, just give an example. So you've had a mystical experience, and you tell this in a group of people that respond extremely enthusiastically to it. Your psyche's in danger at that point. Why? Because the attention stimulates the continued expansion of this experience of the great self. And it's like the word inflation that Jung uses is a good one, because it's like being blown up with hot air, or helium, or hydrogen, more like hydrogen. You don't realize that there is this thing in you that when it gets a lot of attention is like a very friendly Saint Bernard, 300-pound Saint Bernard, jumping up against the repression barrier. And so the important thing to realize is, it really matters if you understand that there is a psychological entity in there that is a real psychological, not a metaphysical reality. We're not talking about faith here. We're talking about a psychological entity in the human psyche that has enormous claims and enormous energy. If you see manic states, it's persons that are mainlining this stuff. See? Yes?
One other point besides is trying to achieve balance with this energy at a psychological level of being balanced. I think a person needs to be physically balanced. Their physical health is important. They need to be exercising, diet, exposure to allergies, all these aspects that many of us are dealing with will take us down and not let us deal with this energy.
Bring that stuff back in our last session, because that is really material that we need to talk about in terms of the ways, practical things about dealing with this stuff in individuation on our own journeys as well as in therapy, because there are some real simple things that one can do to keep oneself grounded in one's human individuality, so that one doesn't suddenly lose oneself in this place. And you're talking about some of them, so don't forget to bring back some of those. But what I'm trying to get you to get a feel for, and this is my assertion, is simply that that Feuerbach, in his position he took, was anticipating a position much like that of Anthony Stevens, without the science to back it up. And that in contemporary Jungian circles, you get a lot of people who have totally looked the other way and have not looked at Jung's emphasis on the objective psyche. And so they put emphasis so much on complex theory, or they put emphasis on transference, countertransference, and reduce that to personal experiences, without looking at the archetypal dimensions of transference and countertransference. That is to say this, certainly in transference, countertransference relationships, any of our relationships, there's a personal dimension that comes out of our personal story. There's no question about it. However, this thing is also involved in our transference relationships with each other, and with our therapist, and with our families. And if I am projecting, if I am experiencing this entity through you, it has enormous implications about how I feel. And one of the things that you will note in people is, for example, I see this often in people who are facing examinations. They project this thing on their professors. And when they do that, they are not likely to be able to pass their examinations effectively. Because when you put this out in the outer world, your experience is a shame experience and a feeling of unworthiness. And so you may be the brightest graduate student that ever lived. But if you're putting this projection of this entity on your examining team, you will be tongue-tied in the exam.
Tape 2 of the Mythology of the Great Self Within.
This happens to a lot of people when they face examining boards, and they don't realize that they are actually projecting a kind of a God self onto examining committees, and thereby depotentiating themselves. Of course, this never happens in Jungian training circles at all. Of course, this would never happen in Jungian training circles, but I'm sure it does in other circles. Yes.
There was an example in Stephen's book, and I'm trying to relay all this, and I want to know whether you would agree with me that when you say that there is, each of us knows that there is a God, we are God.
There's something in you that is convinced that it's God.
And he gives, relates the example of Jung from reflections, memories, dreams, etc. That Jung is sitting in a rock, and Jung isn't sure whether he is himself or whether somehow he is the rock, that there is a difficulty here in understanding what is reality.
What I am, right.
Is that, would you call
It's related to that, because it's like, for example, when you start feeling this entity, this thing, the chances are you will experience it as subject and you as object. That's what Jung was talking about. She was talking about that experience of Jung, kind of wondering, now, am I being thought? Am I the one doing the thinking, or am I being thought by someone else? And there are many examples of that in Jung's writings. But the thing that you want to realize is that when you get in proximity with this thing in your unconscious, you will have the experience of it being the subject and you being the object. If you want a good phenomenological description of this, get William James's Varieties of Religious Experience and read the chapter in there called The Reality of the Unseen. The Reality of the Unseen. And he does a magnificent description in there of what it's like. He doesn't talk this way, but he describes it. He describes what it's like to suddenly you feel the presence of a consciousness that's knowing you in the room. And the palpable sense of its reality overwhelms all of your capacity to disbelieve it. That's one of the things that James points out. When you get close to this thing, you cannot disbelieve in it. And we talk in clinical circles about obsessive thoughts or that sort of experience of a thought that I would like to get rid of, but I can't. It's related to this kind of energy. So take a look at that chapter, The Reality of the Unseen, in William James's Varieties of Religious Experience. Also, look at R.M. Buck's book, Cosmic Consciousness. A Canadian psychiatrist who, around the turn of the century, put together a lot of accounts of experiences that relate to this. Other comments? Yes.
When an artist is performing, are they mainlining on this?
She says, when an artist is performing, are they mainlining on this? Or do you have a particular kind of artist in mind? Performing artist. My guess would be that if you're a dancer that's any good, you are plugged into this.
And if you tapped into this at an early age, as young performers do, they can overcome them quickly, can't they?
She's saying that if you plug into this in an early age, it's easy to have it overcome you. I would say no question about that you will find a lot of creative people. See, it's very interesting to look at the different shapings of people with regard to this, where they are with regard to their contact with this in terms of their conscious mind. You get a lot of creative people, and they have a real thin membrane between themselves and this. And you can look at that and you can see what price they pay, because they are often flooded with these, what we would call as Jungians, archetypal energies. What I like to say to people, rather than use archetypal energies, when if I'm working with a group of ordinary men or women, I'll say, you're flooded with gold energy, golden energy. It glows golden. And while it makes it possible for you to do incredible things, it's awfully difficult to kind of be calm in its presence. It's not impossible, but it takes some doings to get to where you can relate to this stuff without it disorienting you. For example, when you have insomnia, my suggestion to you would be to consider the possibility that your ego organization is in close proximity to this. You'll find, those nights when you've been stimulated, really stimulated by some book or some idea or some person or some event, and then we say, my motor is revving. Well, this thing revs your motor, redlines it, and the psyche with its, Jung said the psyche was self-regulating. Well, that's a little bit optimistic to say that,
But he had some things, he was right about some things. That is to say, the psyche attempts to self-regulate. And I would suggest to you, and I'll say much more about it as we go, I would suggest to you that your addictive behaviors, your depression, your constant self-criticisms are very, very sort of full court press attempts to regulate the psyche in the face of this energy. Yeah.
First is, you said with this episode, Jung believed it was contact with the numinous or luminosity.
Yes.
That healed one.
Yes.
Any other random thoughts that connect to that, or books that...
Well, see, Mel is raising this thing about Jung's talking about numinosity healing. See, again, that gets lost again in contemporary Jungian circles far too much. For one thing, most people don't do enough work in phenomenology to know what he's talking about numinosity. And then they don't relate that idea back to his understanding of this archetypal self, which is so full of so much energy. And they also do not relate it clearly to the sense that in the deep unconscious, according to Jung, this thing is not just mush or soup, it's structured. So this is a structured entity that's loaded with energy. So people don't really say much about that now. But I think the way we want to think about the healing power of this numinous energy, I mean, we need to talk about that quite a bit as we go. Especially in the context of today, where we've got all these people trying to heal the victims of sexual abuse with catharsis, cathartic techniques, constantly taking the people back into their traumas, constantly putting them back into their pain, constantly putting them back into their traumas as if that's going to heal them. If Jung was of the assumption that there is this deep structure that has creativity within it, that is the psychological reality behind the creation myths. I mean, I recently gave a series of lectures on creation mythology in relationship to this topic. And if you really look at creation mythology and you think this stuff, then you realize that the world is formed by contact with this energy at the right time, in the right place, under the right conditions. That's the catch. In short, it's very difficult to find contemporary discussions of the healing role of numinosity in Jungian circles, though you certainly get that in all sorts of other circles, New Age healing circles, a lot of feminist ritual circles, increasingly among men's ritual circles. You get a lot of practice that operates out of this, the idea that you need to connect with this reality for healing. In Jungian, in Freudian terms, ego-psychological terms, the way they say this is regression in service of the ego. Regression in service of the ego. Translate that, you get in touch with archaic energies which have a refreshing, invigorating, renewing effect. Yeah. Yeah.
What do you think talk from you or anyone else here about that?
Yes. Mel is raising the issue of accounts of this in literature, and there's no question in my mind that there are many accounts of this, and from poetry to drama, lots of plays which deal with this, and in all these different forms. In fact, I think it would be very difficult to find an art
in which this thing was not very clearly present. Get to know a sculptor and the way they feel about what's happening through them, in their work, or a painter. So I think that a Jungian view of the arts really relates creativity to this aspect of the psyche. Anybody else? Yes, go ahead.
Along with the list of traditions, I think being haunted by the idea of a madness tradition. Don't we have a tradition that kind of collects or references madness?
Oh, yes.
I don't know the name, but they know that something is there.
You're talking about, he's raising the issue of the experience of madness, or we might even say the romanticization, the romance of madness in our color, the wise fool idea. Thank you for that. We might even say these people that get into this stuff and shoot up with it know something. That is to say, there are reasons they're attracted and seduced by this. And, there are a lot of people, well, I've had a lot of people come up to me and say, well, when I was drinking, it was something. And now I'm straight, and this is bad. I don't think I'm going to be able to stand this, And of course, if you're one of these nice repression-oriented, sort of chronically depressed psychotherapists that never has touched joy in your life, you're going to moralize about this addict, and you're going to say, see there, that's why this guy's not going to make it, look at this, it's just his grandiosity, and blah, 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 blah. There's a lot of moralism in psychology today, blaming the victims and so on. And because we don't really put much energy into seeing the magnificence of our species and its potentials for magnificent, joyful dancing of life, then we don't understand what that man's talking about. But now he knows that life ought to be more than it is when he is just chronically depressed, when he's dry. He has a sense about that. He knows that human life ought to offer more than that. And he's right. And that's one of the things that makes the difference between a Jungian point of view and a lot of these other points of view. We have a very high vision of the human. We're not New Agers who think there's no such thing as evil. And we do not minimize the dangers of connection with this. And certainly Jung didn't. He wasn't one who romanced up, cleaned up, painted up, and fixed up, cosmetology in the self. He didn't think that the archetypal self was always friendly. But he at least knew what incredible magnificence was possible if a human individual had the courage to take the risk of the individuation process. Because, and we can stop on this tonight, because from his point of view, individuation was getting beyond the trap and the cage of the merely normal. See, the merely normal Jung talked about as the regressive, I love this phrase, the regressive restoration of the persona. And by which he meant, this is those of us who touch that gold energy and then run back into quiet desperation and stay there the rest of our lives. The bad news is that there are good reasons to run sometimes. The good news is that there really is something possible on the other side of the regressive restoration of the persona. As the poet Rumi would point out, there is a great splendor in your soul that you can know and you can live. A lot of risk in that. But we'll come back next week and we'll look at Freud, Adler, and contemporary self-psychology, and we'll kick that around some, because those people see if this is an entity in the psyche, any smart person that looks carefully is going to see it manifesting itself, and they're not going to talk about it the same way, but they're going to talk about it. And next week we're going to look, if you haven't ever read any Adlerian stuff, read Ansbacher and Ansbacher, The Individual Psychology of Alfred Adler, or that chapter in Corsini's Current Personality Theories, or Current Psychotherapies on Adler. Just telling you a little stuff to read. Look at a primer, a Freudian primer by Calvin Hall, if you haven't seen that. And we'll talk about those traditions next week. Thank you so much. Last week we looked at an overview of different spiritual and mythological traditions, which all of which have materials within them that if you are looking for if your goal is to do a phenomenology or an examination of a structure in human psyche that we could call the great self, that each of those traditions have materials that can be understood through that frame. And tonight, what I want us to do is to look at some other traditions in psychoanalytic theory and bring to this our frame again, as we did last week, our frame of raising a question about this God self or great self within, the imago Dei, the diamond body, the Christ within, the Adam Kadmon, the true man of no rank, it's the Atman in the Brahman. All of these different tribal ways of talking about this, and as you get more into archetypal materials, you will find each tradition talking about this. And let me again, as I think I did last week, if I didn't, I intended to, encourage you to get a hold of some Rumi tapes, some of Rumi's poetry, and listen, particularly if you get Coleman Barks, some of Coleman Barks' renditions, readings, translations of Rumi, and you can hear this great self speaking through the Sufi tradition in Rumi's poetry. But tonight, I want to have some fun with the Freudians and the Adlerians a little bit here. You will excuse me if I do this. I have a little fun with these traditions, and I like to say that I sort of recapitulated the psychoanalytic movement in my own journey, my own quest. And my first book was a Freudian book, and my first psychoanalytic diploma was an Adlerian diploma. And so when I talk about Freudians and Adlerians, it's with great affection and appreciation and continuing fondness for them, and not out of any desire to depreciate them. But I do want to emphasize here that the reading I'm giving you of this material is a Jungian reading of Freudian materials, a Jungian reading of Adlerian materials. And I want to be very clear about that. So, because the particular spin I'm going to put on these Freudian and Adlerian concepts is a Jungian spin, but and one which practitioner from within that tradition would not want to accept. But again, I want to emphasize that what I'm talking about here is getting us to look at some phenomenology. That is, you look at what appears. You look at things that appear in the context of clinical experience or of human spiritual experience or of our everyday lives. And so the things that we'll be talking about that Freudians observe are things that are talked about in a very ongoing way among them in clinical circles, and the things that Adlerians observe. So we will be faithful to the phenomenology. We will put a Jungian spin on the interpretation of their own constructs. But let me just talk a little bit about the kind of things you want to look for when you're looking to get a sense for, say, rumors of this God self, or vestiges, or clues about the God self. What sorts of things are you looking for? Well, in these traditions, you're looking for, first of all, any kind of expressions of numinosity. That is, numinosity translates something on the order of extraordinary energy, an extraordinary phenomenon. It translates, in terms of the history of the human experience, as sort of an experience of the sacred, the mysterium tremendum, the tremendous mystery, mysterium fascinans, the fascinating mystery. So anytime you find this God self manifesting itself wherever, whether it's in religion or in your everyday life or in clinical observations that people make, when you run into it, there will be some numinosity present in it. Now, the person might not recognize it as numinous at all, but it will be often very godlike in the quality of its claims, very godlike in the quality of its self-presentation. Now, in psychoanalysis prior to Jung, in both the Freudian and the Adlerian traditions, whenever you run into this kind of phenomenon, it is normally referred to in various ways as archaic. It's an archaic phenomenon. It is a regressive phenomenon, or it is a primitive phenomenon, or it's an infantile phenomenon. But whenever you're looking at those other traditions and they're describing some kind of behavior or some kind of affect or feeling or some kind of acting out or some kind of ideation, and when they refer to that as archaic or regressive or primitive or infantile, from my point of view, you know that you're in the geography of this God self, because they are moralizing about it. It's what they're doing. This is infantile, you know. But they are describing something very that to any clinical observer is not lost on them. A clinical observer of any of these schools, when they run into this kind of presentation, it gets their attention. They know this is not ordinary here. This is something that we would say this is not normal. There's something that makes this stand apart. And so one of the issues that I want to frame for us tonight, which we will then pick up next week when we get into explicitly Jungian ways of thinking about this. Now, are these things really, are they really merely, does it explain them to say they're childish? Does it explain them to moralize, use moralistic words like grandiose? Or do we help ourselves and the human species by calling this infantile, regressive, or grandiose? Or should we not think about the implied depreciation of these energies in those clinical terms? The assumption is, I'll get to this, don't let me forget to get to this before the end of the evening, that what I want to be raising about these theories tonight is the way in which they take this inner reality and they moralize and pathologize it. And they have a fantasy that if you get cured, you won't have this anymore. If you get cured, you will no longer be grandiose, and you will no longer have a quest for superiority. You will no longer be expressing this sort of archaic stuff, and you will be very comfortable with renouncing this godlike pretension that was merely infantile anyway. And so that is the thing you've got to start working on a feeling for, that there is a history of seeing this energy in the self and then pathologizing it. And we'll be talking about the very different way that looks if you take a classical Jungian point of view next week. A classical, that is a centrist kind of Jungian orientation, which does affirm this objective psyche that is loaded with numinosity and never goes away. And we will be in the last session, we will be talking about the implications for healing and for the wider public life of our species of the difference between the point of view I'm going to present tonight and the point of view I'm going to present next week. Because I want to just put my cards on the table with you here. I think that the difference is radical. It's a radical difference. And that I am quite convinced, after the work I've done over the years, I am quite convinced that human beings, given the choice of being ordinary or of being mad, they will choose being mad. See? And the question is, do you have to be mad not to be ordinary? See? And you know, that sounds funny to us, but you know, there are a lot of people in the art world who have bought a Freudian interpretation of creativity and who believe that if they started getting better, they would become less creative. And that is something that I want to cut at the root because it's so patently wrong. Yes?
Isn't that an excuse, though? But don't many people use excuses? It's very hard to work on a problem.
Absolutely.
And people use any kind of hook they can find.
Yes. Well, you might say that there are some people that use that merely as an excuse, but these artists know something. They're very aware of the pressures to be ordinary in our world. And they're very aware of the fact that if you start claiming a royal self, that you're a member of a royal family, and that underneath your burlap shirt are golden threads, if you start feeling that way about yourself and get out of your chronic depression, there are going to be a lot of people that hate your guts, that envy you and want to see you destroyed. I mean, this is where we're in the territory of envy dynamics here. Shame dynamics and envy dynamics. And so the question is there any hope that the human species could develop a healthier way of dealing with some of these issues. Now, I believe that that not only is there hope, but I believe that analytical psychology and Jungian theory offers a very understandable way of coming at this, which promises far more than we've realized about reclaiming our healthy narcissism and our healthy sense of significance and our healthy sense of what some people call the heroic. And we'll be talking about that too in the last session. But let me just jump into this now. Anybody want to inject anything before I turn to a discussion board? Yeah, Foster.
Rilke expressed that sentiment for artists very well when he said, when he was considering some kind of therapy, he said, I don't do this, cast out my devils, lest my angels depart also.
Yes. For the tape, Foster Delahousse was referring to Rilke's understanding that if one's devils are cast out, that there might be a casting out of the angels too. And I would just want to underline that, and thank you for that, and also say that the angels and the devils, if you take a Jungian point of view, are both grounded in the archetypal self. That was one of Jung's fundamental understandings. If you look at Answer to Job, it's there, that there are some mysteries to good and evil that both lie together, centered in the understanding of the archetypal or great self. So thank you for that, Foster. Now let me go through this quickly so that we can have time to have a break and then discuss this together. One of the things you also want to think about when you're looking at any of these theories is, do they have any sense of psychological structures that are actual psychological structures in which this numinosity or God claim or perfectionism or grandiosity is grounded. Now, if you were coming at Freud's classical theory from a classical Freudian point of view, you would not automatically be, you wouldn't be talking about grandiosity so much. That was a later development, which we'll get to in a minute. But one of the things that becomes very clear if you look at classical Freudian theory is that there are two kinds of very godlike, grandiose kinds of claims in the psyche if you take a classical Freudian position. The first, of course, is the omnipotence of the wish that you see in the id, the drives for sex and aggression. And when this is seen in its unmodulated, unregulated, unrepressed, unsublimated forms, one of the things you notice about it is that this instinctual drive is totalistic. It is godlike in the size of its desire. It is insatiable in its drive for gratification. It's the I can't get no satisfaction, sort of the Rolling Stones theory of the psyche. But what you run into if you're working from a Freudian point of view, and you know, I want to emphasize that if you have a facility with Freudian theory and you look at clinical materials, this stuff is very much there. You see it. That is a psyche that has not developed ego function. Often finds itself bullied from within by these enormous appetites. And they can be expressed in all sorts of ways, and usually some form of addictive kinds of compulsive behaviors. In fact, you can look at practically any kind of compulsive acting out as being fueled, if you're taking a Freudian point of view, is fueled by these id drives that are not adequately regulated by a mature, adequate ego development or ego function. Now, for Freud, this is a conflict theory. You've got the id with its enormous appetite, and you've got the environment, which is dangerous. So the id wants to satisfy its appetites, but the environment may have some forces in it that don't want you to satisfy your appetites that completely. So if it's like this, if the id sees something moving, it either wants to kill it or have sex with it, or both. And sometimes it can't decide which it wants to do first. And you know, increasingly in urban life, we see a lot of the truth of Freudian theory about the id. I mean, there are a lot of people that do both. They kill you and then they eat you, or kill you and then they have sex with you. But Freud, seeing this conflict, he built so much of his theory on the struggle, as he saw it, of the human organism to find a way to deal with this conflict between the instinctual drives and the environmental limits on one's instinctual drives, and the struggle of the psyche to form structures which would inhibit the expression of these wishes in order to protect the organism from retaliation by the environment. And so he saw the early formation of the superego as an attempt by the id to identify with those that would limit its appetites for tactical reasons. And gradually, when the superego is formed, it is, from a Freudian view, tends to be very rigid and perfectionistic, until later the ego can develop and can learn to stand up to the perfectionistic demands of the superego, which formed to limit the which formed to limit the more blatant, not carefully planned attempts to get gratification. Now, I submit to you, now, if you just sort of bracket Freud's discussion, his belief about how that got formed, how that superego got formed, and instead simply look at the Freudian's descriptions of the superego, and look at the way a Freudian clinician describes a punitive superego, and just listen to the way they describe this thing. What I think you get is, instead of, with the id, you get the godlike claim for desire, the perfectionistic expression of desire. I want it all. I want it all yesterday, I want no limits on my desire. You get a different kind of godlike expression in the superego when it's archaic, they say. Archaic superego, a primitive superego. You get a godlike claim for perfection, a godlike should, see, a godlike high standard for you. And give me an example from your own reading or your own experience of how that is experienced by a person. Give me an example of that kind of inflexible superego. What would be an example of that? How would that be experienced by someone? Anybody got an idea? From ordinary life. How would that be experienced? Yes?
Putting a wrapper on Vanity Fair when there happens to be getting more pregnant.
And how does that reflect that?
Well, it's saying that pregnant women are not something that should be seen.
Right. Then Vanity Fair is not sufficiently moral. They'd be trying to clean up the morality. They'd be.
Well, if people can't be trusted, you need to put a wrapper because my eyes won't really help me. Somebody who owns the store has to put a wrapper on it to protect me from looking.
Yep. Now that would be an expression of somebody else's superego. But what about an expression of your superego? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. For example, say a punitive superego. There's a difference. They make a distinction between a healthy superego and a archaic or unregulated superego. What kind of guilt? Give me an example of a kind of guilt. Yeah.
I'm thinking of Mary Woodman's Addiction to Perfection. This idea of
how does that look?
trying to maintain body shape to conform to an ideal.
Yes. Anytime there is some regulating image that's very perfect that one is comparing oneself to, or at least one thinks. See, that's the catch in the superego thing. You really think you're comparing yourself to it. Like, for example, say I write an essay, and then I read my essay, and I say to myself, what garbage is this? I'm not going to send this in. I'll just tear it up. See, what garbage? Now, if that is an expression, now it may be garbage, but I see a lot of bright people, very bright, capable, creative people who do good work and who still have that reaction to their work. And the interesting thing from the point of view we're looking at tonight, is that very often that individual does not know that it's not I that is talking about this. They experience themselves as being, I am the persecutor of me. I am having high standards. And actually, if you tell me that I shouldn't be having these high standards, you're really telling me what a Philistine you are. You really don't, you really don't understand quality. But the interesting thing is that a lot of the time in such a person, it's this thing that's talking, not the ego. They have no sense of where they stop and the superego starts. And so this is a lot, you hear a lot of people in sort of popular psychology talk about your critic, your inner critic. Well, this is the kind of area that they're talking about. They're talking about a very punitive inner, in terms of object relations theory today, we would talk about that as a toxic introject. But it's really not the I, although the I thinks it is. Yes?
I think any of the repressions that we put on ourselves in sexual sphere, we actually repress our own feelings that are coming forward and denying them or trying to hide them. Certainly, I shouldn't consider sexual experiences outside the marriage. I shouldn't consider porno. I shouldn't consider masturbation. I shouldn't feel these feelings.
Yes.
If I'm feeling them, I'm not going to repress the feelings.
Right. That is, a lot of the time this stuff will manifest in shame reactions, too.
guilt, as Terry said, and shame reactions, which often is related to sexuality, sexual experiences. But if you're taking a sort of a classical point of view, the important thing to get a feeling for is that when the individual, from a classical Freudian point of view, when that individual has not managed to develop and consolidate an adequate ego function, that individual will not know when their consciousness is being dominated by this superego inner structure. They will not experience it as other than the I. It will be experienced as the I being punitive. A lot of suicides occur because the individual, if you read it from a Freudian point of view, because the individual cannot distinguish between the criticism and attacks, the heavy, merciless, sadistic attacks of this structure. They cannot distinguish between this and what they are doing. And so when they get the gun or they get the pills and they start making a plan to kill themselves, they really believe that I am doing this. And so there's no, you might say it this way, there's no experiential boundary between the I. The I has not formed to the point that it has a sense of boundary between it and this very perfectionistic inner structure. So if you look at this, there is an entire phenomenology. You could teach course after course just on the phenomenology of the punitive superego. And if you had time, you could relate this to all this contemporary work that's being done by people like Kernberg and the object relations theorist in terms of these toxic introjects. But the idea is that you've got this very, very critical, perfectionistic, godlike critic who is not satisfied with you. You are just not good enough. Doesn't matter what it is. If it's your sexuality, well, who would want to make love to you anyway? You know, that's what it's telling you. Your body is just not attractive. You know, and it's telling you. Besides that, your performance is lousy, and it gets you into a performance principle in terms of one's relation to one's own experience. That's almost always this superego functioning. The id, there's a phenomenology of the id. In the classical days of Freudian psychology, they did all this wonderful work that they stopped doing when they got into ego psychology. They did all this wonderful phenomenological studies of the id. And that was when you got all these really, really careful studies of what human beings do when they're dominated by that. And you got all these very careful, detailed studies of behavior when people are dominated by the id. Today, what we have to do is to go see Silence of the Lambs to get a feel for that. Popularity of the Silence of the Lambs is directly related to the way in which we recognize that space when we see it. We don't like it. It makes the skin on the back of your neck crawl. But there's something in us that recognizes that space. Yes, thank you.
Would Jung explain these sorts of phenomena differently? Or, I know I'm probably jumping into your next lecture, but
yeah.
I'm a little...
Yes, he would think about it. See, because you got to look. See, with Freud, this is all personal. There's not any collective unconscious stuff here necessarily going on at all. Now, even when Freud gets to the point where he says, well, this Oedipal dynamics that are going on here, they're Oedipal dynamics. If we had time, we'd go into the way Oedipal dynamics fit with this. But although everybody has an Oedipal problem for Freud, if you really look at that, that's a claim for a collective unconscious. But he didn't want to talk about it that way. But what Jung does is, Jung, as we'll see next week,
has an understanding that there is an aspect, there is a level in your psyche that is numinous, was numinous, is numinous, and will always be numinous. And look at this. For Freud, what you got to do to become a healthy adult is to learn how to renounce and sublimate. So you become a functional adult by renunciation of these great claims of your id, and you learn to sublimate these great claims, these great desires. But it's at best a very sort of ugly, depressing solution. That thing about Freud said, what's the goal? Well, to move from neurotic unhappiness to sort of normal unhappiness, and or to become one of the civilized discontents. He had this book, Civilization and Its Discontents, and the basic idea is that culture is against your satisfaction, and therefore when you really do what you need to do and grow up and become civilized, then you really have this burning lack of satisfaction that is at the heart of your functioning. And so a classical Freudian really looks at it as, well, you can get into your archaic places in your psyche, but that's regression. If you're going to be an artist, you can't just get into renunciation, right? Because if you get into renunciation, you're going to be boring, and you're not going to do any flamboyant art. So what you got to do is to make sure that you can find a way to be regressed enough to continue to be creative. I mean, there's an enormous amount of stuff on that. But so for our purposes, I just want to suggest to you that if you get into this and do phenomenology and you do a careful look at the way this thing presents itself and at the way this thing presents itself, both of them are very, very godlike in pretensions. The one, the id, is a godlike in its desire and its appetites. It can't get enough of anything. It can't get enough cocaine, sex, gambling, whatever. And the superego is godlike in its standards. Whatever you do, if this thing is really archaic, whatever you do is not going to be good enough. And so you get the person who writes this wonderful symphony, and it is so good that it gets produced relatively soon. And it's plays to the great New York Philharmonic Hall. But the person is depressed as they can be, because it was not as good as it should have been. Yes.
Would you say that there's any correlations between the godlike qualities of the id and superego in Freudian scheme and the qualities of Yahweh in the Old Testament?
Well, that's a wonderful question, and one that Jung thought a lot about. And his book, Answer to Job, are you familiar with Answer to Job? I think that that's the kind of line that he was taking, that he was looking at that very point you're making. And it's a very instructive thing to do a study of the Hebrew Scriptures in this context. Well, from a Freudian point of view, the question is, what does a healthy superego look like? Well, from a Freudian point of view, it is a person who has internalized enough social and ethical norms so that they are not a sociopath,
and they're not just sort of acting out in a very destructive way in the society. So there is a superego. Increasingly, you know, in our culture, we're turning out people that don't have a superego. But the idea was that there is an internalized set of inhibitions on behavior which limits the antisocial behavior that they will engage in without guilt feelings. But that superego does not have standards that are so high that it immobilizes you and keeps you from being able to work. You know, if you have writer's block, and I'm looking at you from a Freudian point of view, the chances are you have an extremely punitive superego that would rather you not write something imperfect than to publish an imperfect book, see, or an imperfect play, and that sort of thing. This is a classical problem with creative people. I mean, the thing that you've got to work out, no matter what theory you were talking about it with, one has got to be able to deal with this perfectionistic streak in the psyche. And it's very interesting to do a study of creativity. I've done quite a lot of psychological studies of creativity from my first one was from a sort of an Ericksonian point of view, Freudian ego psychology tradition. And it's quite clear that if you're a sociopath, you can be creative with little inhibition. Or if you're extremely religious, you can be creative without a lot of inhibition. If, however, you're a little religious, it will often shut your creativity down. And you'll be just religious enough to stifle the creativity, but not religious enough to fuel your creativity in the way that Weber talked about in the book Protestant Ethic and the Spirit of Capitalism. So, I mean, that's a fascinating study in itself. Any more comments on this? We're going to discuss this later. Yes?
The superego, there would be Yahweh, and it would be the fallen angel, and ego would be Job, and ego would slap superego and say, hey, pay attention to what's going on?
Well, I see how you can argue that. It's like you... the argument in answer to Job, he's talking about the way you do a take on on Yahweh and the problem of evil. Right, a cast of characters. Jung's argument is more involved and intricate than that. But I think if you think about that, it's very interesting if you and I were to look at that story ourselves, or if we look at the whole thing about Christ and Satan, Satan is often identified with creativity, sexuality, creativity, rebellion against static norms, novelty, things like that. So we can get into that more later. Church Lady is a good example of this dynamic in Saturday Night Live. In what way?
Well, the church lady, she's the superego, and she's always Satan, and that's the attack on the id.
Yeah.
You don't have an ego there unless possibly it's the guest that she's talking with. There's the positing of all the evil out there in the id, and there's her judgment of it all. It's, of course, extremes.
Yeah. Well, it's very interesting to look at the different places where you see that in the culture, that voice of the superego, that inflated, what Jungian would say, that inflated moral critic. A certain senator's name came up, and I don't want to be sued by the tobacco industry, so I won't repeat it. But let's go to Adler now and look at an Adlerian take on this. the Adlerians are fascinating on this kind of thing because they're very aware that when you're talking to someone who presents with what they call an inferiority complex, that person down deep inside does not through and through feel inferior. That's one of the intriguing things about these Adlerians, because most people, they've heard Adlerian psychology, that means inferiority complex, or that means birth order, or that means family constellation, something like that. But they often are not aware that from an Adlerian theoretical point of view, any time you have an inferiority complex, underneath it is a superiority complex. And so that is an intriguing thing for us to look at. Now, wait a minute. Underneath the inferiority complex is a superiority complex. What does that mean? Well, by that they mean that whenever a person is feeling really low self-esteem, that there's somewhere in their life they're making a claim, a privileged claim, a claim for what they say exemption. I am exempt from the ordinary demands of human life. They could put it this way, I am entitled to have A, B, C without doing what other people do. And since I am not getting what I am entitled to, I am very depressed about this, and I'm feeling very badly about it. So, how is this thing grounded? What does Adler think? How does this get started? Well, Adler says that, human beings find themselves in a very threatening, dangerous world, and in fact, they are very small in the face of all the forces of society and history. And so from a very, very early time, they're feeling the need that they're going to have to overcome great obstacles, great disadvantages. And so from a very early time, they have this drive to overcome. That's what Adler called the will to power. And later on, you can see the Nietzsche's philosophy in this. But it's turning Nietzsche's philosophy really kind of upside down. But Adler said that humans have this desire to overcome and to become and feel significant. So there is a continual quest for a sense of significance on the part of human beings. And if you wanted to be adequate to an Adlerian view of the human, you would say that we tend to be significance junkies. And you think about yourself and the people around you and the people you know and the way in which we strive to get more significance any which way we can. If it's not one way, it's another. If I can't get it through social status by climbing regular ladders of social status, then I will try to become a standout in some marginal sociological place. And if you don't believe me, go to some of the Chicago bars on Saturday night and notice the people who become socially significant by dressing the most flamboyantly. I'm trying to think of the name, Paris is Burning, the film Paris is Burning. Have you ever seen that? If you haven't seen that film, it is this empathic study. It's a wonderful piece of documentary film. What it does in a very empathic way is to get into this whole subculture of transvestites in New York City. And it examines the whole culture of balls, transvestite balls, where they dress up and they they have a promenade, and the transvestites compete with each other on having the most beautiful outfit and the most complete, elegant presentation. And what this film does is, instead of just sort of trivializing these people and depreciating them, the camera takes you in as a human being to feel their humanness and to feel their situation in life and to feel what it's like to be a street person who has deep feelings of inferiority and needing something to help them feel significant. And so there is this entire culture. I mean, it is just striking. You've got to see this if you get a chance, in which these young people together have created this world in which they get significance. And they take turns in this whole subcultural world applauding, and mirroring. We'd say mirroring in terms of contemporary psychology, seeing each other and seeing the significance in the elegance of the dress and so forth. Now, if you think about the way we human beings, and you start thinking about this quest for significance, it makes so much sense out of so many things about us. Yes?
I just need to distinguish, you're not talking about a quest for meaning.
Well, that's related to it.
Okay. There's a quest for distinction, for...
Yes, meaning, it's certainly a quest for meaning. But, you can be a very depressed existentialist who has created all this meaning and can write all these books, but not feel very significant. So it's not exactly the same thing. I mean, the term significance gets a little more sense of what later Kohut and his followers will talk about as grandiose, exhibitionistic self-organization, or our narcissistic needs. Now, we tend to moralize about, and even Jungians, this is one of my things I'm concerned about in the Jungian community. We need to learn from, we'll get to this in a minute. We need to learn from these psychoanalytic self-psychologists to stop moralizing at people about their inflation. Because when you use the word inflation, it's almost like the old Freudian term infantile or grandiose that the self-psychologists still use. But the things that they do, and we'll see in a minute, is that there's much more empathy that is developed in self-psychology for people's narcissistic needs, and that's one of the things that we should get at. But let me just stay with Adler just a moment before we move on from that. So an Adlerian therapist, if you're working with an Adlerian therapist, they're going to try to get you, and this is the way they put it, they're going to try to get you to have the courage to be imperfect. They say that a lot. And so if you're in school and you're trying to write your term papers and you're having a terrible time getting them done, your Adlerian therapist will try to get you to write a B+ paper instead of imagine an A+ paper that never gets written. So the Adlerian will try to get you to do the imperfect rather than be immobilized in perfection. And they will also be trying to get you to get off of this vertical ladder view of human existence, where everybody is either above or below. The kind of how am I doing on my status now view of human existence. Who is above me in the hierarchy and who's below me. For the Adlerians, it's not just males that tend to make everything vertical and hierarchical. Everybody tends to do that to the extent that they're not very healthy. The more pathological you are from the point of view of the Adlerians, the more you will have a vertical universe, and you will be wondering if you can stay being king or queen of the mountain, kicking them off the ladder below, you know. So, but the Adlerians don't have any real understanding of this. It's very interesting when you talk to them. They will talk about the superiority complex, but then they get off of it very quickly. And they do not want to talk about an unconscious. That is, this superiority complex is simply your superiority strivings. They don't want to talk about it as a structure. So in other words, they don't even have the sense of the structure of this great self that the Freudians do and the id or the superego. So the Adlerians, while they are very honest about the presence in all of us of this striving for significance and for overcoming and for being extraordinary, they lose touch with a sense of a structural dimension in the psyche which is not the I that really does have this claim. Now, it's interesting since they have a concept that if they got into theory development, they could do a lot more with that than they have. They tend not to be into developing theory. They're more practical and want to stay practical. But from my point of view, reading the Adlerians from a Jungian point of view, I say, you're right. There is a superiority complex. It's called the archetypal self, and it's in everybody, and it never goes away. See? So when I'm dealing with very senior Adlerians, famous Adlerians, and I notice that these very accomplished Adlerians still seem to quest for significance, and they still are reluctant to be merely ordinary, then I'm not surprised, right? Right? Any more than when I'm dealing with a Freudian analyst, I'm not surprised that after 20 years of analysis and training analysis and so forth, they still manifest a lot of signs of superego and all these sorts of things. As we get down here, that there is still a little grandiosity left in self-psychologists. See, I'm not surprised by it. Yeah, Mel.
Are you saying that behind, I'm not quite sure, behind all that particular Jungian take on it, there is an archetypal self or God self driving that? That sounds fine to me, except there are unhealthy ways of manifesting this stuff.
Absolutely.
Really devastating to the individuals, to the
Right.
society, to the family.
Well, you're anticipating what we're going to talk about next week, but that's fine. And one of the things you're pointing at is very important. That is, there are people that think they're Jungians who romanticize the archetypal self and this great self and think it's friendly. Jung was not one of them. Jung never had the idea that the archetypal self was good or friendly or always helpful. There is talk, and we'll have to get into this some next week. Is the great self God? Well, that's a metaphysical statement, but if it is God, it is more like Yahweh than it is Jesus. So that's something we'll go into, yes. And then I want to finish with this self-psychology, and we'll take a quick break.
But the take you've got is that in every one of these cases, behind, underneath those positive structures is a God self.
My interpretation, which I'll lay out more elaborately next week, is that if you think Jungian, not post-Jungian, post-Jungians just become Adlerians, basically, in my view. But if you maintain a Jungian theoretical point of view, and you look at those constructs of Freudians and Adlerians, there is a psychological structure underneath those things. It is not personal. Everybody has it. They came into the world with it. They still have got it. They will always have it, no matter how many years of analysis they have. And if we understand that, then we can understand why having a lot of analysis does not necessarily make you humble. Right? And so that is my argument that I'm coming at this from, and it is because I think that it is extremely important to decide where one is on this. It's important clinically, and we'll see that in the last session. If your idea is that therapy does away with this thing by integrating it or something, or modulating it or something, that's one thing. But if you have a more of a Jungian understanding of what this thing is, then the approach to it is radically different. Yes.
But in each of these three cases, they would say, Adler, Freud, and Kohut would say, well, these things exist in some people, some of the time, and it's a sickness, but there are others who don't have this. Or they would say, you're sick, we can make you well, we can cure that.
That's the issue. Well, now that'll become clear when we go through the self-psychology here briefly. The thing you got to understand is that if you have a psychotherapeutic point of view coming out of this Freudian understanding or an Adlerian understanding or a Kohutian understanding, less so, we'll see in a minute, then therapy might be said to cure your grandiosity. That it will no longer be a problem for you. That is, if it was a successful therapy. What I will suggest to you next week is that you will never, if you take a classical Jungian point of view, the archetypal self never is domesticated. It never stops being dangerous. It always can be seductive. And if you're not very clear that you stand in a relationship with it that will go on all of your life, then you're continually either projecting it on others, institutions, your own ego. One can identify with it. And that makes life a lot more dangerous if you do not know that this thing cannot be done away with through therapy. So you're absolutely right in anticipating that. Let me just go quickly through this and we'll take a break. Kohut's work is incredibly significant. It's significant, I believe, for contemporary Jungians, because if you study Kohut and the contemporary self-psychology carefully, you find a wonderfully detailed study of grandiosity and its effects in people. In fact, it's far more detailed at the micro level than any of the Jungian work. In other words, these people, and let me give you an introduction. There's a book by Ron Lee and some other folks, Ronald Lee, called Psychotherapy After Kohut. And it's a good introduction. Miriam Elson, Self-Psychology and Clinical Social Work, is another good introduction. But what they have done, what Kohut and his people have done, is to give us a careful micro-level study of inflation, what a Jungian would call inflation, the dynamics of inflation. And what happens when you relate to your grandiosity this way, what happens when you relate to your grandiosity that way. But the clear thing is that in all of us, there is, without exception, in all of us, there is what Kohut calls a grandiose exhibitionistic self-organization. Well, translate that, it thinks it's God. It expects to be treated like God. I can relate to it in lots of ways. If I have been shamed a lot as a child, then what I will do is I'll project it on Mel. And to me, Mel will be just the most splendid, wonderful, wonderful example of humanity that I can imagine.
It's a good start.
It's a good start. He likes that. And but if I'm real comfortable with my grandiosity and I've sort of identified with it, then I take Mel's position here and I say, tell me more how wonderful I am, see? And what these people do is they give you a study of narcissism and narcissistic issues and the issues of grandiosity in the human psyche, which is far more subtle than the diagnostic and statistical manual gives. Because if you read the diagnostic and statistical manual about the narcissistic personality disorder, you will only understand what happens when a person sort of identifies with this grandiose exhibitionistic self-organization. You will not understand that in every other category of the personality disorders, those things also have phenomena which can be understood by how a person is relating to their grandiosity. And so a depressed person is relating internally to their grandiosity. A person that has very low self-esteem and is schizoid is having a relationship with their grandiosity and so forth. So these people have done all this wonderful work showing us what the human struggle is to develop a little less self, and that one of the real difficulties in developing a cohesive little less self, you could say ego, I mean it's not the same, but it's somewhere in there, in the ballpark. But the struggle to develop a cohesive self that functions in a healthy way is enormous, and one of the biggest challenges is to learn to relate to one's grandiosity in a creative way. Kohut himself talked in a wonderful way about this, that what you really want to do, you don't want to try to get rid of your grandiosity from Kohut's point of view, and he's getting very close to Jung here. What you want to do is to get to where you can use your grandiosity as fuel for the self. And so your grandiosity doesn't immobilize you, doesn't shut you down, doesn't force you into depression, doesn't force you into self-destructive acting out, or force you into insomnia, or force you into all these overexcited manic states. What it does is fuel your sense of self-esteem. It enables you to be ambitious appropriately to your gifts. It enables you to have zest and vigor in your living so that you're not bored with life. And so for a self-psychologist, yes, there is this thing in the psyche that has these incredible exhibitionistic, grandiose claims, but it's not bad. It's not a bad thing. It's just that it's hard to deal with. And the story of our maturation, if we take it from a Kohutian point of view, is the story of our learning how to regulate this, how to deal with it without trying to do away with it. And so it's getting past identifying with it, or getting past defending against it and not admitting that I have any grandiosity, and getting to where I can let my grandiose energies, my narcissistic libido feed my self-esteem, feed my ambition, feed my sense of joy in life. Now that I submit to you that, as a number of Jungians have noticed, Lionel Corbett, one of our members of our society, my partner Margaret Shanahan, many others in the Jungian community now have done a lot of work in showing just how close to a Jungian point of view Kohut's work in self-psychology is. It's not the same, We can talk about what's different about it after the break. But it is still a incredible documentation of these godlike claims that come from within, and they're in all of us. So let's take a stretch now. It's my watch says it's about 8:15. Let's take 10 minutes and stretch our legs, and then come back and get started, and we'll discuss these traditions.
Go on to tape 3. This is tape 3 of the Mythology of the Great Self Within by Robert Moore.
Again, what I was wanting us to do tonight is to look at the way that serious clinicians of different schools of thought see these phenomena that in the ancient world would be called, they'd be called demons, or they'd be called possession states. The idea was that one was possessed by a god or possessed by a demon. But in the modern world, you get these very smart, carefully observant clinicians, and if they're Freudian or if they're Adlerian or if they're a psychoanalytic self-psychologist, they look carefully into the emotional and behavioral life of people, and they, not Jungians, have noted these phenomena which are characterized by grandiosity. Now, since they have, get this now, since they have no theoretical construct which includes the collective unconscious, which includes an archetypal self-structure, which is a part of the hardwiring and is always loaded with numinous energy. Since they don't have that, then they do the best they can to figure out what this is. Well, what is it? Well, if you're a Freudian, well, these are archaic, primitive energies which in fact are infantile, and if you really sort of grow up, you will essentially be rid of these problems. For an Adlerian, what causes this? Well, probably pampering. You got this superiority complex. Well, your parents probably pampered you, see? Or maybe you were the youngest child, and maybe you were just given all this attention because you were young and pretty and cute and all this, and so you got pampered. And the parents did not, later the self-psychologists came up with this word called optimum frustration, which is not pampering, right? If you were optimally frustrated, then you weren't pampered, right? But in any case, what these people have done is to assume that this grandiosity, that's a result of being childish. And it's really, and you see there's kind of a toxic view of childhood here too. It's sort of a moralizing attitude of children. But there is this fantasy behind these views of the psyche that, you can get rid of this. And if you get the right therapist and you go along enough, you will actually sort of, if you don't get rid of it, at least it's not really a problem anymore. It's sort of you can get to the point where you regulate your grandiosity. It's not a problem anymore. And if you're an analyst, what you have, the idea that you have, if you're coming out of this, is that a transference, an idealizing transference onto me that you have, because it's coming out of your grandiose self-organization, when we get you cured, that is off of me, and you've kind of worked it through, and it's not really on your ego anymore. So you've kind of learned to regulate your grandiosity, and all of a sudden that gold energy is just kind of not a problem, not even around too much. But what I say to that is, well, that sounds great, but actually I think that the problems that these Freudian analysts have with resolving their transferences of their analyzans is built into their theory. That is to say, if you really think that analysis is going to do away with this grandiosity, you're full of denial about this. And it's really going to end up that you're going to maintain the transference onto the therapist. The therapist is going to maintain being idealized. In my view, this is one reason why Freudians will have nothing to do with their, or say that they don't, or that they won't have anything to do with their analysans after the analysis. They won't be friends with them. They won't have any ordinary life connections with them. In my view, that's a sign of an unresolved transference. So anyway, the point that's important to get is they see the phenomenon. Their theory can only trace it back to infantile origins, and they have a fantasy that good therapy does away with it. Now, let me just open it up. That's not a classical Jungian point of view about this, and we'll look at what that would be like next week. But let's just talk about this a little bit now. Any comments or questions or thoughts or reflections that you'd like to share? Yes?
In Cohen's last book, he really talked about idealizing transference as being necessary for growth.
Yes.
That without this process of projecting onto someone else that we idealize and then working it through, taking it in and dealing and introjecting that, that we don't become who we're supposed to be.
Absolutely. I think that's right. The thing, and she's saying that Kohut emphasized the importance of being able to idealize in order to develop. And there's, in my mind, I think that's absolutely true, because it's clear to me that the way we develop our relationship to these energies in life is, first, we don't have any sense that we have them, in a sense. I mean, we're often alienated from them after our childhoods. And then I experience it in you. I see the great self in you. Don't see it in me. I see it in you. And if I can form a relationship with you, then this alchemy, as Jung would put it, of our relationship gradually will allow me to take in some of that energy slowly into myself, and I can experience my own worth and gradually not see you as the source of all worth. But I can still see you as having worth, but then I can experience worth. And so it's a movement often in most of us after our childhood experiences, getting shamed and taught that we're too big for our britches. We lose touch often with the great self in childhood.
That touching with the kingship. The good king gives back the projection that was given to him, and stewards the new king.
That's right. It's in terms of this, the work done on the psychology of kingship. It's absolutely right. The idea is that a mature person, when they receive that kind of idealizing projection, could understand what's happening and let it be on them, as long as the other person needs to idealize you. And since we all need idealizable persons in order to develop, it's like if we don't have heroes, we don't become what we can become. And so one way you can tell how somebody's doing with this stuff is you can simply ask them, tell me about your heroes or your heroines. And if the person cannot tell you any heroes or heroines that are alive for them, then you have a clue about how they're doing with regard to this stuff. Because the chances are they're shut off from this energy. And what do you find today? So much chronic cynicism, so much chronic nihilism, where I know I'm not much, but I'm sure you're not. So, and if I notice, it's like I'm a journalist, you know. I look around and I look around and see if I can find anybody that presents themselves as being something. And then I get my envy guns out and I see if I cannot destroy you by finding the imperfection in you. So that's one of the dynamics going on. Go ahead. Yes.
Last week, when we were talking about the images of the great self,
yes.
You had king and queen, and
yes.
god and goddess, and
yes.
Hero. And then my question is that in light of the discussion tonight about the id, where do demons and devils and that kind of thing fit into the scheme?
Yeah, you know, the question is, last week when I was talking about archetypal or mythic backgrounds on this, I simply focused on sort of positive expressions. I didn't go into demonology. And you're raising that question is really important because clearly if you study the phenomenology of evil in human culture, they do it a very similar way. I've given a series of lectures here at the Institute entitled The Psychology of Satan, in which I elaborate that a lot, in which I interpret the fundamental engine of human evil as being fueled by this grandiosity, which is not related to in a conscious way. And it's very interesting when you study cross-cultural views of evil, you find that tribal peoples really had a handle on this. They knew that when destructiveness comes into their tribe, that it is something that comes in that is not human-sized. They're very clear that it's not human-sized, that it's larger than human-sized, and that it has extremely perfectionistic claims, and that it does not know its limits. These are people that don't have any Christian theology of Satan or anything. There's a real good little book that talks about this that you can look at. It's called The Anthropology of Evil. And it really gives you some of the tribal expressions of the awareness that demon possession is very often related to what we would call infantile grandiosity today. But again, I don't like saying infantile grandiosity because it's simply the manifestation of this great self in human beings, unregulated, unconsciously related to, and often possessed. See, the thing about this thing in us, this grandiosity in us, it's very imperialistic. And one thing it's important to realize about say, if we take a Cohoosian point of view about your grandiose exhibitionistic self-organization, it doesn't regulate itself by itself. When you're really being pressured by your grandiosity, it never lets up. It is constantly on you. It constantly wants you to have better sex more often. It's always on you about your performance. It's always on you about your performance at work. It never really is satisfied with anything you do. And it's constantly pressing. And it's like, if you look at workaholic kinds of behavior, this grandiosity fuels workaholism. And like it, no matter how well you do, it always wants you to do better more often. And it's constantly there. And if you have no sense, if no one has ever taught you how to recognize this being in your psyche and to know that it is not I, It is it. As in that movie, that Kurt Russell movie, it is the thing. And it's already inside. You can't lock it out. It's already inside, and it's pressuring you. And you can see how a Freudian or an Adlerian or a Cohoosian would talk. They talk differently, but they all know about this. All of a good therapist of any of these traditions would understand clinically what they're going to have to do. They're going to have to help this person stand up against these demands and not assume that it's I that is demanding this. There's something in me that is driving me. Whenever we use the language of I'm driven, that's this great self thing in there. See? Yes, Foster.
I was confused about this point too, and you asked us to go back to Campbell and look at Hero with 1,000 Faces, and
yes,
look for manifestations of the great self in the hero's journey.
Yes.
The first one they talk about is Minos and Crete and Theseus and the Minotaur.
Mm-hmm.
And I was thinking, well, where is the great self in here? And I know it's the Minotaur, but I couldn't relate it to your lecture last week when you started talking about the id and unrestrained aggression, and that's what it was.
Yes.
That manifestation, that particular manifestation.
In that story, yes, they capture it. And I mean, Foster's talking about the Minotaur, which is a very important expression of that. And the whole tradition, the whole tradition of Zoroastrian religions and Persian religions that built up around gradually about this bull sacrifice, in some of the religions of the times right before Christ, you got actually very elaborate bull sacrifices. And the sanctuary was, I can't pronounce it, but it was, if somebody could pronounce it, Torabolium or something like that. It's a place where you kill the bull. And the initiate has to be underneath the bull when the bull is killed. And the blood from the bull has to wash over the person. And so there's another elaborate expression of the same thing you're pointing at. The awareness that there is some great force in the psyche that somehow has to be sacrificed. So if you're going to understand, for example, all the mythology of sacrifice in the world's great traditions, they all have a sense, boy, something's got to be sacrificed. Something has to be chopped up in order that there be a world. And in Indian tradition, the idea that the primal person, Purusa, has to be sacrificed in order that there be a world. Well, the grandiosity has to be, in some sense, sacrificed if there's to be a world, a self. A little less self will only arise if there's some kind of transformation of or sacrifice of some of this numinous energy. So that's an excellent point. Other comments? We've got about 15 minutes. Thoughts about this? Yes?
This may be crazy, but is the Jungian idea then that we learn to not identify with it?
Yes.
Okay.
We'll get into that a lot next week. The Jungians have developed through the wonderful work of Edinger. We're very indebted to Edinger's work. The book Ego and Archetype that I hope you'll look at. For this concept that he has elaborated called the ego-self axis, the importance of the development that we'll talk about next week of the ego-self axis. Well, the only problem with seeing it that way is it sounds so easy. Well, what do you got to do in your individuation process? Well, you just build your ego-self axis. Oh, okay. Right. But what they don't tell you is, because, and a lot of Jungians have not studied some of these wonderful resources from self-psychology to get a feeling of the micro level of inflation, because when you get down to that micro level, the numinous energies in the psyche don't manifest, as the great dream. We Jungians are always talking about the great archetypal dream, and there's the self. What we need to be doing more of is saying, I couldn't sleep last night, and there's the self. I overate yesterday, and there's the self. I acted out sexually in a destructive way, and there's the self. And I can't say no to another opportunity to do another workshop or another book. See, and there's the self. See, and so what I'm excited about people working with this, us working on this together, we can get a far more useful feeling for this great self and not pathologize it. We don't want to pathologize it. We just have to understand there is this big thing in there that you live with every day, and it's your companion. And this is Jung was always talking about his number two, well, you got one too. Yeah, go ahead.
The examples that you just cited seem to be negative connotations of the great self.
Yes.
Could you talk about the other side of the coin?
Sure. And I don't mean to be moralizing or pathologizing about that. What I think is very important to know about oneself is that when one has these symptoms, that rather than saying, oh my God, this is just terrible, I'm defective, one can say, I probably better do some active imagination. I probably better get me some images of the great self, so that I can so that I can remind myself that I am not God. At least I'm not all the sole God. It's like, and so these things are manifestations of the presence of the great power with a capital P. And it is a testament to the fact that you are plugged in to this great thing. The thing is present. And that, what does this mean? Well, here's where we get to ritual and spirituality. Because if one does not have any spirituality in one's life, one's going to have a hard time relating to this thing. Because spiritual traditions throughout our evolutionary history have developed because they are useful in preventing self-destruction. See? Because this energy, when one has no ritual insulation, it's like dealing with Chernobyl as a cleaning up the mess of Chernobyl. So it's not that there's anything bad about this energy. It is a great energy that has to be related to carefully. Other comments or questions? Yes.
Well, in that context, why don't you talk about prayer?
Okay. I was planning on talking about it more on the fourth session, but I'm happy to talk. No, I think that's important context to say. That is, when you're talking to God, it kind of helps to remember that you're not the sole God. And so prayer, in my view, is an important resource for persons who are struggling to regulate their work with this. Prayer, meditation, but not all forms of meditation. Some forms of meditation identify oneself with the great self. And if one is feeling overstimulated and manicky, certain forms of meditation would make you crazy because they tend to push you into merger with it. One of the great things about Jung's thought is that his understanding that is not widespread today, that images carry numinosity for you. And so if you are a person that made the mistake of getting into the radical Protestantism or any other form of iconoclasm, Zen traditions in Buddhism, where you pride yourself on the humility of having no images, there's the bad news for you. Because where one has no images around oneself, that numinous energy tends to fall back on the ego, tends to fall back on the I, or it tends to go on another human. It can go on the spouse, it can go on a boss, it can go on a president, whatever, it can go on a rock star, but it is not usefully related to. Other comments? Yes?
Last week, when you talked about the great self, one of your definitions was human potentiality. One of your definitions, I think, was human potentiality.
Yeah, the species potential, yes.
Mm-hmm. And last week also, briefly, the term great reality was brought up in connection with Dreamtime.
Yes, the Australian Aboriginal Dreamtime, yeah.
I was wondering, in your mind, do you see those two terms, great reality and great self, as synonymous?
She's asking, is thinking of a great reality and a great self synonymous? It wouldn't be that simple. What you'd have to say is this, that any time you find anybody connected with this, the kind of consciousness associated with this archetypal self, there's always a sense of an archetypal place, and there's always a sense of an archetypal time. That is to say, if you're really sort of aware of what the human psyche does when it touches this, any time it touches it, it doesn't just have a sense of the great self. It has holy mountain. You know, you touch it and it's holy mountain, it's Jerusalem, it's Kaaba in Mecca, it's Mount Shasta, it's the Great Pyramid. What you do when you study this, and I recommend to you Eliade's work, because what you get in Mircea Eliade's work, when he speaks hierophany, manifestation of the sacred, read that, the geography of the great self. That is, you get a phenomenology of the human experience of the sacred, which in my view is a projection into the outer world of this experience of this larger reality. Yes?
The reason I asked that question is, and I don't know how much this really relates to what we're doing here, but at least like intellectually, people are able to envision a universe and a time in a world without people.
Yes.
And it seems to me that has psychological implications. For me, it's a feeling of real serenity.
Yes.
And
a world without people. I imagine there are a lot of other species that would agree with you.
The fact that there's a potential is not necessarily human.
Oh, yes.
And so I'm wondering if that has any relevance to what we're talking about.
Oh, yes. I think she's getting at the point that there's something reassuring about thinking about a world that is more than just human, I think with a little h. I think that what you're talking about is that mythic sense of the great community, or it's like Heidegger's sense of being with a capital B. It's not just our little ordinary human reality. There's something larger. It's not an existentialist position. It's not a modern position. It's either a pre-modern point of view, tribal, or a postmodern point of view, which is what I think Jungian psychology really is stretching toward.
But I mean, it's more than human potential.
Yes, it is. Absolutely. I got you. I see. Yes, and she's saying that that's more than just, if I talk about the great self, it's more than just human potential. And I think what you're doing there is you're pointing to the insights that Eliade really talks about the best of all people that I know of, even better in some ways than Campbell. But in fact, there's a new book. I should try to bring it next week and show it to you on Eliade's New Humanism. And it describes his sense of remythologizing the world. And that's really what you're talking about, a sense of the world as remythologized, full of significant being, not just us. I think that's right. It's an important thing to think about. It's like Ernst Cassirer, the great German philosopher, used to say that we human beings are the animal that symbolizes. And I would change that a little bit. I think he's right, but I think we are the animal that mythologizes. And when we are ourself, this is really put my cards out here on the table with you. This is really sort of where I'm going with all this, because my sense is that contrary to these ego-psychological positions, that if you look at the implication of Jung's work, that real healing comes when you get to where you can live mythically, where when you view yourself and the significance of your life, you don't view it, as the Adlerians say, as ordinary. That is a formula for chronic depression. What healing comes from is seeing yourself as significant to a degree that would be similar to what people used to talk about as myth. What does that mean? The heroic, in the best sense of that word, meaning of your life. Now, I'll be coming back to this fourth session. Well, now, isn't that narcissistic or grandiose? Well, hopefully, I would say. My sense is that our species doesn't have a chance without heroic efforts on the part not of 1,000 points of light, but of millions of human beings. And if we cannot move from a state of chronic depression in our sense of insignificance and immobilization and impotence, if we cannot move from that to a sense that you really matter and that your actions may be, in fact, the decisive actions for an Earth future, if you don't get to that, then we won't make it. It's in my view. And people say, oh, that's unreasonable. You can't expect people to have a heroic view of themselves. And I simply come back and say, it just shows you haven't been paying attention to things. There's this cab driver in Chicago. I wish I could remember his name. I'll try to find out what his name is so we can speak it on this tape next week. But he was driving through Grant Park this past week, and he noticed someone lying over in the ditch, and he was faced with a choice of whether he was going to be ordinary and do what people ordinarily do in Chicago, or whether he was going to act as if he was significant and heroic. And he chose the latter. And because he did, a woman in her 50s who had been carved up by a person who was relating to their persons who were relating to their grandiosity in another less healthy way, her life was saved. And that man is a truly significant individual, modeling for us this kind of mythic attainment of this possible for humans that is, in fact, what we have to have. And the fact is, we could go through a careful look, and people are doing this all over the place. People are acting as if their actions really are decisive. And they are doing it in small places, little ways, but they are achieving this. And so I'm not talking about something that is Pollyannish, something that's not happening, or something that's not possible. I'm talking about something that people are doing all over the place, males and females, people of different races. And And what we have to develop, and this is why Jungian psychology is extremely important, we have got to lead people to a place where we finally get back to understanding that our lives not only have a meaning, but we must be capable of human-sized actions in the world, and that's not pathological grandiosity. Unfortunately, there are very few people helping us deal with this. We have a lot of mental health professionals today that if you went into therapy with them and you expressed much concern about the homeless in Chicago or the educational disaster in our cities, or if you really expressed a deep amount of concern about the ecological disaster that we're facing, and you told this person that you had just read the World Watch Institute report, they would be very concerned about your pathological grandiosity and your rescuer complex. And they would put their energies, if they didn't medicate you, they'd be putting their energies into trying to get you to think less of your significance in this situation. Now, I consider that a tragic abomination to mental health. It is a dwarfed view of the human. And we've got altogether too many would-be healers who are selling pathological ordinariness to our species. And it would be bad enough if that was simply destroying individuals and their sense of joy and splendor in their lives. But the tragedy is we will not have any public action on the great issues that face us unless more and more men and women step into a sense of their own mythic significance in a healthy relationship to this great self, which fuels that sense of mythic significance. We'll get into that a lot more next week. Our time's up. Thank you very much, and we will see you at 7 o'clock next week. Try to review that Edinger book if you get a chance, or read the Stevens on Jung. This is the third class in the third session of our class on the great self within. What we've been doing is to look at the human experience of a greater self that is seen in world mythical and spiritual traditions, and then to bring to bear some of the traditions in depth psychology upon that experience. And the first session we talked about mythical traditions, spiritual traditions. The second session we talked about a way that if you bring the question about the presence of the great self to other schools of psychoanalytic psychology, that while they do not have a meta-psychology, they don't have a theory which enables them to come to terms very well with this phenomenology. Still, these are smart people. They're also good observers, and they see in their work a lot of the phenomenology and behavior that is related to this great self, and they have their own ways of describing it. They don't have a theory which enables them to see this very clearly. It's one of the things that one realizes when you do a lot of work in comparative theoretical paradigms is that, a theoretical paradigm is the most practical thing in the world, because if you don't have the right theory, there are many things in the world you will not be able to see very clearly. But you will bump up against it now and then. And so last week we were talking about the way the Freudians bump up against the great self, and the way the Adlerians bump up against it, and the way the self-psychologists bump up against it. If we had time, we could go into other traditions, but I think that that was enough to make my point. That is that that you don't have to be a Jungian to bump up against the manifestations of this psychological and spiritual reality. However, what I'm going to argue tonight and next week is it sure as hell helps a lot to be a Jungian if you're going to get any handle on it at all. That is to say, that contrary to a lot of folks today, I don't think Jungian theory, you know, there was a quote in this article in Newsweek, December 7th issue. Some Freudian was quoted as saying, Jungian theory, what theory? Well, the only thing he communicated in that was his ignorance about Jungian theoretical constructs. Because I want to argue that Jungian theory is the most adequate theory for accounting for all this phenomenology that we see and for many of the things that we experience. And so I want to go fast tonight, and what I'm going to do is to start by doing a little bit more work with the way in which the self manifests, this great self, the archetypal self, Jung would come to call it, manifest, give you a few more little handles for elaborating that, and then turn to some of the ways that this has been formulated by Jung and by Edward Edinger. I will just make a couple of references to Anthony Stevens. It's been suggested that you read Stevens' books, and then my work. This is the tradition that I consider myself to be in right here. And you notice I didn't say post-Jungian perspectives. I consider myself to be a post-Jungian only chronologically, not in terms of any major alteration in his fundamental theoretical assumptions, such as so-called post-Jungians make. So let me jump into this, and I gave you two handouts which will get at some of the ways to imagine the structure of the self. And then after the break, we'll talk about some of your reflections on this and questions about it. And there are several of you that have got things you want to bring up you've already mentioned to me. Then next week, we will be talking about if this Jungian point of view is correct. If you just bracket, if you just kind of say, now, if heuristically, if this is true, what are some implications for healing, psychotherapy, healing, and contemporary spirituality? Because they are very wide-ranging. So with that, let me just jump in. When the Jungian tradition has dealt with this great self within, it has been normally conceived of as a center out there, that is, outside of the ego. So the important thing to get a sense for is that in a classical Jungian point of view, there's not one center of the psyche. There's not one organizing center. There are actually two. There is, and Edinger later, we'll see how Edinger lays this out. I think most clearly when he does his work on this. But the important thing is to understand that from a Jungian point of view, the ego is not the sole source of order in the psyche. So to be very clear about Jung's point of view, Jung's classical psychology is not an ego psychology. It is not an ego psychology in the sense that it does not believe that the sole source of order and regulation comes from the struggles of your ego development. And contrasting it with Freudian traditions in self-psychology, with a little less self-psychology, this also fits. That is, in the Freudian tradition, when they do self-psychology, they are not positing, at least up to this point, they're not positing an organizing center in the psyche that is not the little s self. Now, what they are doing, I don't know whether I mentioned this to you last week, they are beginning to realize, many of the contemporary intersubjectivity theorists in the sort of the cutting edge of self-psychology today are beginning to talk about a blueprint for the psyche, a blueprint which is prior to personal experiences, which if you have a nurturing environment, this blueprint will result in a cohesive self. That is not a widespread position. That is a position that you will hear among some presenters at Freudian self-psychology conferences. But the important thing for us to get is that when a Jungian talks about this material, there is a valuation of ego development that's not depreciated as an important issue. That is, you're to develop your conscious center. You're to develop your conscious standpoint, and you're to develop your conscious insight. That's very important. You are to. It's important for you to have functioning ego defenses, etc., and so forth. The only thing is, though, that is not the sole source of order in your psyche. Now, this has been imaged in a lot of ways, and what you will notice in Jung, when Jung talks about the phenomenology of the self, he always talks about the way in which it manifests itself so often in projected form. That is, when you encounter it, early in your encounters, it comes to you in an experience of the extraordinary out here. So it's important to get a sense that first you meet the self, from Jung's point of view. First you meet the self, not in here. You meet it out here. And you meet it in the manifestation of something which is extraordinary. It may not be extraordinarily good. It may be extraordinarily bad. But it's something extraordinary out here which manifests and breaks into your ego consciousness. It is experienced as something that is not in sync with your ego. Now, this can be, and this is why you got to ask a question. Now, you know, some people think that if you study fairy tales, that makes you a Jungian. Not so. Some people think that if you study dreams, that makes you a Jungian. Not so. The thing that is really Jungian about that is why you look at that stuff. Because from a Jungian point of interpretation, you're looking at that stuff for manifestations of the self and its functioning in human experience. And so when Jung talks about these traditions from folklore, he has an eye toward the way, often he'll use other words for it, particularly in the earlier days. He'll talk about the way the spirit manifest. And so when you'll be reading along, you'll find Jung talking about spirit.
Well, when he's talking about spirit, especially in the earlier phases of his work, he's talking about the kind of figure which carries the self in projection, such as a little dwarf that may come up and manifest in your dream or in a folk tale. Or, for example, in some stories, this spirit will come in the form of a crow, an animal figure, see. So you'll be the protagonist in the story, and you will be the youngest sister or the youngest brother, and some great task has been presented to your brothers, and they very confidently went out there and thought they were going to do it, and they couldn't do it. And so you're the youngest sister or the youngest brother, and you're kind of a simpleton. You don't really feel any confidence about anything, and you go out, and on your way down the road trying to figure out why you're doing this, you run into this, raccoon. And this raccoon says to you, do you want to know why your brothers failed? And there's the big test. And what is the test? Well, the test is, can this ego learn that it needs to learn how to be dependent on revelation, hierophanies, from beyond its own field? See? Am I humble enough? Have I learned enough to listen? Because the brothers or sisters, older brothers and older sisters, could not listen. They were paged, but they didn't answer. And so this is the kind of thing Jung would point to. He would point to the way in which these little figures, it can come in any animal, it can come in little dwarfs, it can come in objects. But whatever happens, he says it manifests the spirit. But what you got to get a sense for when he's talking like that, he's talking about the way this thing affects you. Because when you encounter it, you get an experience of numinosity, or this magical power that's not ordinary. See? And it has knowledge that is beyond the ordinary. It has energy in it that makes it possible for you to do great things beyond the ordinary that you would have expected of yourself. And so, early on, a lot of the time when Jung would point to these things, he would talk about the spirit figure. Often he'd talk about the spirit complex that you run into. Anybody know what he meant by spirit complex? Well, he meant a lot like what they used to call demons. These are things that are coming from the unconscious that are loaded with numinous energy and are not to be integrated. So one of the important things to get a feel for about Jung's attitude about these things that come off of the self, a lot of this energy is not to be integrated. That is, it's important to understand that when you're talking about a Jungian attitude toward the great self, you do not try to integrate it. Trying to integrate the great self is disastrous. See, and yet possession states throughout the centuries have been related to attempts to integrate the great self. See, okay. Now, I always want to point out the importance of Mircea Eliade's work in understanding the phenomenology of the manifestations of the self. I do that because I think that if you study Eliade's work, you have a leg up on Carl Jung himself. Because Carl Jung, while he knew Eliade, he didn't live long enough to get the benefit of all of Eliade's work. And so in a way, you have an opportunity to draw on resources to understand this phenomenon, just mapping of the human experience of the great self that Jung did not have. And it's going to be my assertion to you tonight that Jung himself never got himself very clear about a lot of things about this great self. And so when you're reading in the collected works, and it seems slippery, that's because it is slippery in there. And you see a lot of that among contemporary Jungians today who equate the self and God and things like that. I mean, we'll get into that in our discussion tonight. But I want to recommend to you, and I do this in some of my other lectures here, get to know the work of Eliade, E-L-I-A-D-E. Start with his book, The Sacred and the Profane, and get a copy of his Patterns in Comparative Religion, and his, can somebody tell me what the new edition of From Primitives to Zen is called? I'll have to get that for you. Remind me next week to give that to you. But he has many, many books, and they are a gold mine of a sense of the center out there. And he documents in human mythology so much about the kinds of things Jung seeks to talk about in the collected works. I mean, between Carl Jung's collected works and Eliade's collected works, you have an enormous banquet of the symbolism of the self. And you will have a grammar and a language and a vocabulary to get a sense for the way the self, from a Jungian point of view, manifests in human experience. Now, let me just run through a few of the points that Eliade makes. I have gone into this in great depth in my lectures on creation myths and the psyche here at the Institute. And all of the lectures that I've given here are based on a lot of assumptions that I have about the importance of Eliade for contemporary Jungians. He is still not utilized nearly enough in the Jungian community. And when we really embrace a lot of his work, we will be much better at our archetypal studies. Anyway, let me run through some of this about why this is important to understand Jung. Eliade points out that the human psyche tends to search for the axis mundi, the center out there. It searches for the umphalos. It searches for the sacred mountain. It searches for the sacred tree. It searches for the sacred cave. It throughout the world, he documents the way in which human beings experience profane time as running down and being out of touch with the powers of creativity, and that human experience is one of seeking out a center where creativity flows in, which is loaded with numinosity, magical power, dangerous magical power, taboo magical power. Think now, listen to that as you hear that self. I mean, just keep archetypal self in the back of your mind as I describe this, because you'll get a feeling for it. You have to feel your way into this. You can't just think your way into the archetypal self. When humans experience this center, they know they have found it because there is a hierophany which manifests. Read that. You've heard of epiphany. Whenever this center is manifest in the human experience of the world, it is what Eliade calls a hierophany, or he calls it a cratophany. Hierophany, a manifestation of the sacred. Cratophany, a manifestation of power. There is a sense at which any time you encounter the archetype of the great self, you experience a power source. Doesn't mean it's a friendly power source, but it is a power source. It is the ground and source of all creativity. So when Eliade talks about the human desire for transformation and healing and regeneration of the world and ritual, he ties it to the connection with the energies which are manifest in these hierophanies at the center of the world. Now think about the Kaaba in Mecca. Think about the holy city of Jerusalem. If you have not been to Jerusalem, you need to go to Jerusalem so you can experience what it's like to be at a place which humans have declared is the axis mundi. There are 3 different religions at least which say that Mount Moriah is the center of the world. And it is an incredible study in psychology to go to Jerusalem, because you see the way in which we are looking for that center out there, and we put it there, and then I say what it is out of my tribe, and then you put it there, and you say what it is out of your tribe, and then you put it there, and you say what it is out of your tribe, and then we have a psychological situation known as interreligious conflict, right? And the same thing exactly psychologically is going on in India right now, in the city of Ayodhya, where Rama, the great king, read that, the archetypal self, was manifest, was born in Ayodhya. And the Muslims felt that there was a particular manifestation of Muhammad through the presence of a mosque there. So the self is located for all these people in Ayodhya, very much like it's located in Jerusalem. But since their egos come out of different tribes, then they are willing to kill each other in great numbers to interpret the manifestation, as a Jungian like me would say. The self gets manifest, center out there gets manifest at the Dome of the Rock, and then all of these human egos are willing to kill each other, saying that my ego's interpretation of the center is better than your ego's interpretation of the center. See? This is a place, unfortunately, where the human species has got a long way to go into consciousness. So Eliade says, when this is present, then we really understand the human experience of the heterogeneity of space. That is to say, when human beings are themselves fully, they experience the world from 2 different points of view. Sacred, profane. Read that from the point of view, read that from a Jungian interpretation. You experience the reality of the self, archetypal self, and you experience the perception of your ego. And these things cannot be integrated, they cannot be merged. There is no way to pretend effectively that they are the same. Now, that is not to say that people cannot pretend that they can be merged. It's done all the time. It's done by a lot of Protestants, Protestant Christians. It's done by a lot of sort of iconoclastic Buddhists. It's done by a lot of psychologists. But what happens when you try to pretend that those things can be merged or integrated or grown out of, you can grow out of that split. When you pretend that you can grow out of that, you get into a lot of denial and a lot of acting out. And at least that's what a Jungian would say about this. But Eliade also points out that if you are looking for healing or renewal, we would say, if you're looking for wholeness, if you're looking for individuation, then renovatio, regeneration, occurs by touching this energy that comes from the center out there. So I can't go into all that tonight except to refer you to these other lectures I've given on creation mythology and the psyche. But I'm quite convinced that if you look at Eliade's work and you come at it from a Jungian framework, that will give you a wonderfully useful grammar for getting a feeling for when people are experiencing the self. And you'll get a sense for, well, now what, where, and when have I experienced that numinosity? That kind of center out there. And as a friend of mine, a young friend of mine once recently said to me, well, her name was so-and-so. And that is where he had experienced a hierophany, the axis mundi, the disjunction between the sacred and profane, and regeneration was in this lover. Precisely right. There are a lot of people who experience it only in that context today. But, so anyway, there's a whole phenomenology, and I say Eliade rather than Campbell for a reason. It's important for people to realize that Campbell was not, contrary to a lot of ideas, he was not Jungian. He appreciated Jung, he studied Jung, but when he comes at mythology, he has his own take on this. And while he does appreciate Jung and talks about Jung in various places, he does not bring a Jungian theory to that. And so when he's doing his thing, his own wonderful thing with mythology, it's Campbellian, it's not Jungian. In the series that I edit on Jung and world spiritual traditions, Robert Siegel, who's an outstanding young scholar, is preparing a book for us comparing and contrasting Jung and Campbell on myth, and you'll be able to see then how greatly different they were on this. It'll probably be about another year before he finishes it, because he's got a lot of other publishing projects, but he's moving along on it. He's the one that he had already written the major study of Campbell. It's Segal, so I mean you might want to look at that. Okay, now, but let's get into the psychology of this center out there, this source of the manifestation of creative, regenerative energies. This thing which, when we encounter it, we are sure it's not I. That is, until we get possessed by it. And let me just start by, this is the Edinger book that I've suggested that you read. This is a fine book. In my view, Edward Edinger is probably the most interesting contemporary interpreter of Jung in his various books. I mean, he's very prolific as a writer, and he's got wonderful studies of the manifestations of the self in different traditions. He's got a great one on Moby Dick as a manifestation of the archetypal self, and he's got the Christ archetype as a manifestation of this kind of stuff. So look into Edinger's work, but this is his classic, Ego and Archetype. And let me just read a few of his comments about Jung's understanding. The central archetype, or archetype of wholeness, Jung termed the self. So, the central archetype, the archetype of wholeness. The self is the ordering and unifying center of the total psyche, conscious and unconscious. Just as the ego is the center of the conscious personality. So that formulation I think is very accurate in terms of Jung's mature work. He says, or to put it in other words, the ego is the seat of subjective identity, while the self, with a capital S, is the seat of objective identity. Let me say that again. I think that he's got it there in Jung's mature thought. The ego is the seat of subjective identity, I. The self is the seat of objective identity, the other, the experience of the other with a capital O. When you experience the archetypal self, it is experienced as other, unless you're psychotic. In which case, there's not any I, ego I, there anyway, in a much of a functional sense. The self is thus the supreme psychic authority and subordinates the ego to it. The self is most simply described as the, get this, inner empirical deity, and is identical with the imago Dei, or the image of God. I really recommend that you study this book in conjunction with this course. I have passed out for you a Xerox of this diagram on page 5, which is a elaboration of Edinger's reading of Jung. Again, Edinger believes himself to be here, and I think he's right, explicating the mature Jung's thought. Yes?
Didn't you just say just a few minutes ago that some people make the mistake of identifying the self with God?
Yes. Yes, that's me talking.
Okay, well, didn't Edinger just say that?
He didn't say it was God. He said that it was the imago Dei, and he said this is the inner empirical deity. Now, see, he's a psychiatrist. We have to understand that psychiatrists are not trained in theology or philosophy usually. Yeah. Well, okay. Well, I'm not sure that Edinger means to make a big difference. You see, that's something we need to talk about in our discussion tonight. There are Jungians that tend to equate the self and God. I am not one of them. But later on, I will give you some of the different ways you can cut that, the way you can think about that. Well, is the self God, like some of these folks tend to think it is, or not? And there are not a whole lot of ways you can think about it, but there are a few, and I'll give you a little take on it if you remind me. But anyway, if you look with me at this is, I think, a wonderful and accurate representation of the psychological state of development of a person from a Jungian point of view. If you notice on the left, early in life, there is, and you might read this early infancy, you might read this infantile grandiosity on the left. When I am an infant and I will that you come to me and you don't, then I experience this as very fragmenting. One of the things that we know now about the formation of a cohesive little s self in a person is that it's real important early on for this fantasy of omnipotence not to be traumatized too much. So it's important for this field to exist between mother and infant, in which the mother is intuiting the will of the infant in a very attuned way, so that when the infant is feeling hungry, mother picks it up. She's in that dyadic field. She knows this infant is hungry and responds, and is not, let's put it this way, that the frustration and the fragmentation that comes out of learning that you're not God doesn't come in too big a bite. You got to think about this. Your learning that you are not the creator of the universe needs to come in very small, bite-sized chunks. Most of us did not have our disillusionment about being the sole center of the archetypal universe. We did not have that presented in a optimally frustrating way, as the Freudians call this. I mean, the self-psychologists say, what do you need to form a cohesive self? Well, you need to have optimal frustration. Well, what is optimal frustration? It's getting the bad news in bite-sized chunks with a lot of hugs and a lot of opportunities to merge with the true God and think you're it. So in other words, when I discover that I'm not the true God, it's very important for me to reach out and be in touch with the true God. So I know you're the true God, see? And that regulates my state of disillusionment and my experience of the void. So if your parents were like so many parents that we had, and they hated you when you communicated, I am God, then this creates a problem in the process here. And if you think about it, you could do a lot more little versions of his diagram that would show more complex stages here, but he's got a nice individuation process here. But we could also have some drawings which would show what happens when you get traumatically frustrated, and then your sense of being God goes unconscious, splits off. Now, we can't see that too well here, see, because that's not what he's trying to do. He's trying to show us a development into maturity. And this would be nice if this is the way it happens, but what happens with so many people is that when they say, I am too God, and nobody comes to the manger with gold, frankincense, and myrrh, then that little I am too God goes into the unconscious, not under a kind of a developed repression barrier. It's a different kind of place in the unconscious. And there it remains very, very powerful, very, very full of longing for the wise men and the kings and the shepherds and the animals and everybody that are supposed to be coming. And that is what we talk about as mirror hunger in contemporary psychoanalysis. So if you're a person, you come into a room, like you came into the room tonight, you've had a hard day, and you come into the room and nobody greeted you, or nobody looked at you and sort of smiled and showed that they were glad that you were here. If you are mirror hungry, that is, if nobody came to the manger enough, then you may be feeling a little depressed and fatigued right now. See, this is the way this thing operates. Of course, there's another thing that can happen, you know. They can come to the manger and stay, you know, and never leave Bethlehem. They just keep bringing more shepherds and more wise men and kings. And mother takes the role of, okay, come on everybody, we're going to go see the little king or the little princess. And if you had a mother like that, then you get a different kind of pattern. That is, the little king doesn't go into repression, or the little queen to-be doesn't go into repression. it becomes a narcissistic personality disorder in flamboyant form and grows up being a little tyrant and grows into adulthood being a big tyrant. And yet there has been no real differentiation between the I and the self. You follow that? Except that with this particular form, there is in the family enough containment of the great self that the person doesn't get psychotic. See? I mean, it's very fascinating what happens to this experience of the great self. There are various vicissitudes of it. If you get a certain kind of nurture, you don't become a narcissistic personality disorder expecting everybody to worship you. You just become frankly psychotic at a young age. And you're always, pretty much very, very fragile and disorganized in you don't really have an inner organization that's very effective at all. So one of the things that Jungians need to do, they haven't really done it very well yet, is to look at the different forms that psychopathology takes and think about how it manifests the different ways of relating to the great self. I will share with you some of my thoughts on that. I've been working on that a lot. But it's important to just look at Edinger's thing about the development, the optimum development. Well, what was the optimum development? Well, gradually the I emerges from God. And gradually it recognizes that, wait a minute, when I want her to come, she does not come. This is what Melanie Klein talks about as achieving the depressive position. Think about that language. It's wonderful. It's such a wonderful comment. Achieving the depressive position. Now, what's wonderful about that? Because Klein has got it. To get to the point that you know you're not God is an achievement, developmentally, provided you don't stay simply there at the depressive position. See, so we first have to learn this traumatic thing, and then gradually begin to get firm enough in our I, as opposed to this God thing, the thing, that we can then begin to come back and relate to it. As some of the self-psychologists will say, befriend the grandiosity. So we've got out here, this has a nice, neat connection of the ego and the self as the vision of maturity. I think you could draw a bunch more diagrams that go out this way. And you could show what happens to you when you get less antiseptic and sort of Protestant with this. That is, there are places where you can get creative regression, where you're able to relate to the great self without having to keep your boundaries between you and it so firm. But that is after you get real firm in the I, and you get a sense of ritual, and you get a sense of the way in which say if you're an artist, the way in which you can take a dip back into the God self and come out as long as you know about surfing, you know. I mean, you got to see the movie Point Break. I mean, you can get out there and you can surf on that, provided you're really a skilled surfer. And mystics have done that, the ones that were not crazy. Artists have done that and continue to do that. Very creative thinkers in all areas continue to do that. There's a Freudian word for this. Freudians are not as afraid of talking about regression in a creative way. They're a little confused about, whether this is good or not, but the word, Ernst Christ talked about regression in service of the ego. So this is not really an image of regression here. So we could draw some more circles having a little dipping back into that participation in the sense of your own godness. See, and if you study the history of world healing traditions, let me give you another reference: Lawrence Sullivan's book *Healing and Restoring*. You notice that healers in tribal traditions often would go back into the God self and heal, and then come back out into their I. See? So, and also in tribal traditions, if you were going on a hunt to feed your people, you would go into the great self when you were going to fight the mammoth, or when you were going to fight the saber-toothed tiger. And then you would come back out of that when you came back. So tribal peoples had a lot less Protestant sense of the next few diagrams here that Ettinger doesn't talk about. But it doesn't make him wrong. It's just because, you know, I mean, if we could just get to this, we would be doing real well. Yeah?
Still, mystics might reverse it and say that the ego is regression in service of the great self.
Yes.
Like that really, there is the great self is primary. We develop the ego so we can touch the world.
Yes. And there are a lot of different ways this is talked about. Each tradition has its own language to talk about this. But if you look at the Sufi tradition, or you look at the Zen traditions, or the Tantric traditions, they all have their own way of talking about getting into this space with this luminous, numinous reality. So anyway, this is a very, very useful way to think about the developmental task. And it is helpful today, if we update this a little bit, to think of a progressing awareness of one's infantile grandiosity. See? That you become increasingly aware of it as you individuate. Let's say you become less and less moralistic about it, though. You become more and more accepting that this is a part of your psychic reality. And so that awareness of this great part of you in your unconscious emerges gradually, and you don't feel bad about having it. Yes?
Could you give an example of what you're calling Protestant?
Yes, Protestants. I've come out of a Protestant background, so I'm talking about my own. But Protestants got very much into sort of a iconoclastic position, anti-symbol, anti-ritual position. And so today you go to Protestant churches that come out of a Reformed tradition, and they're very sparse. They feel that they can deal with your grandiosity by not giving you any symbols. Of course, that does not work. If you've ever participated in the life of churches that give you no symbols to carry the grandiose energies, somebody ends up carrying it. And like the clergy begins to carry it. And so while we will not have any symbols around, we say, well, it's just the book. The clergy person gets up and is in the king archetype. Doesn't know he or she is in the king or queen archetype. But if you study, and we'll look at that in a minute, if you look at the king or queen archetypes, you recognize that person in the pulpit. Then you understand why the pulpit's elevated, and you understand why the congregation all sits and looks at the center out here, and you begin to get a feeling for it. It's not to say that the person doing liturgy or ritual should not carry the projection of the self. See, that's the wonderful thing that Jungian psychology brings to religious life. Because if you get a feeling for what's going on and our need to touch the self, touch this center out there, and that if we don't touch it, if we don't really touch it, then we're depressed. So, but it is important for the person that's carrying this projection to understand what the projection is and what that gives them in terms of their moral responsibilities for it. And that's a whole discussion. This is why so many gurus get into abusing the people in their groups. And for example, that one, you know, it's not just, you have to understand, it's not just Catholic priests that abuse their people. Folks, this is an equal opportunity employer. And the Buddhists and everybody else do it too. Recently there was a Buddhist guru, a very famous, prominent one, who had AIDS, and he had promiscuous sex with as many people in his group as he could without telling them. And it blew the Buddhist community in the United States apart for a while, because this went against what they thought the Buddhist tradition helped you do. We can see that just because you meditate doesn't mean that you have a conscious relationship with this great self.
Tape 4 of the Mythology of the Great Self Within.
Yes.
The other thing that I'm realizing here is that it depends on who's talking about who the conscious center of self is.
Yes.
Being a woman, I don't think there are as many symbols out there that are accepted by society or that speak to women.
I think that's true. I think that's why, that's one of the reasons for the tape. She's saying that in our society that there's not as many symbols out there that she thinks that really adequately carry the projection of the archetypal self for women and girls. I think that's very true. Patriarchal culture is terrible in this respect. And so, but what we need to get a feeling for is, I'm arguing about a certain kind of plumbing here and a certain kind of flow patterns. And what we have to understand is, this does not mean that women are not grandiose. What it means is that they are given less opportunity to have things carry their own idealizing transferences. And so what happens? It goes to males very often. And then, of course, what happens when this God transference, I call this a God transference. Freudians call it idealizing transferences. It's a God transference. You put it on a human, then you hate them and want to kill them because you know that they don't deserve it. There's a part of you that is a prophet. You know, John the Baptist and John Brown. You know. And so this is a very important point, and it is a very important point that people today have to face, that spirituality, why is spirituality important? It is important because if Jung is right, and there is this imago Dei within that's not just an idea, this is not just an idea, this is a reality, this is a solar furnace in there. And if the I tries to identify with it, it makes you crazy in some form. If the I has no ritual or no container culturally and spiritually to help it relate to it consciously, then it will, in order to survive, push it away and deny it's real. You get into a modern existentialist point of view with your life. All the meaning is the meaning I create. Of course, I'm depressed. I smoke too much. I drink too much. It's good wine, though. But I smoke too much. I drink too much. You know. I get involved with fascinating women or fascinating men, but I'm chronically depressed, and I write the plague. You know, or some such thing. And modern culture does that to people. See, modern culture as a form has no vessels that are able to help us carry this And it's no accident that how does modern culture develop? Well, through Greek demythologization, right up through Christian attacks on other religions, right on through Protestantism, through the Enlightenment of the 18th century, into 19th century mechanism and mechanistic views of the world, right into contemporary deconstructionism. And so those things don't work. And what they end up with is you end up with all of this God energy, this gold energy that's coming from your inner furnace, and it does not have any place to go which is designed for it. Tribal cultures always designed some stuff for this. They were far superior to us at the technology of the sacred. And that's one of the things that you'll get real aware of when you study anthropology and comparative religion. What do we do? Well, we have addictions. They're a contemporary attempt at this. And you know, I'm pretty impressed with the creativity of people and addictions. You know, you get an addiction, and then you get into 12-step programs, and then you got your 12-step religion, which is a ritual form to help carry this. And hey, it works to a great extent to help deal with these God energies. But it would also help to figure out the plumbing so that we can figure out ways to help people do this without having to see it all as being an addict. You know, I mean, being an addict is an achievement in many ways, in my view. However, there are other things that one could achieve, you know. Okay, so anyway, we're going to have to take a break. The important thing to get is that when the modern culture developed, what Peter Berger, the great sociologist of knowledge, said was that the sacred canopy, which had been developed by all these tribal peoples to carry the projections and carry all this archetypal energy, all this numinosity, and give people a way to relate to it through the Mass or through the temple rituals or whatever, that collapsed, the crash of the sacred canopy, which occurred with modernization. It goes on around the world now. And the practical problem that we're in now, which we'll get into a lot more next week, but the practical problem is we're flooded in all this archetypal energy. Or if you want to use grandiose energies, we're flooded with narcissistic libido. And this is real stuff, psychologically speaking. And if you're flooded in it, it makes you crazy in some way. And so the issue is, well, what do we do about this? Well, the first thing we want to do as Jungians about this is to help people understand that there are structures in the psyche which really fuel. I think it's time for the break. There are structures in the psyche which really fuel a lot of these disorders, but moderns tend to pathologize everything. We're much better in contemporary mental health professions at telling you what somebody's pathology is than telling you what their gold is. See? Somebody asked me today about histrionic personality. We were talking about the histrionic personality and all their promiscuity, blah, 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 this, that, and the other. And I was saying, yeah, well, they are really accessing a lot of the archetypal self through the lover dimension of the archetypal self. And so they are experiencing all this wonderful erotic energy, contrary to what a lot of depressed therapists think. You know, the depressed therapists in my class were very morally, said, well, now, wait a minute now. Those people are not really experiencing erotic energy. Many of the people are experiencing erotic energy.
And the thing is that stuff is so powerful because it's coming off of this archetypal psyche, the archetypal dimensions of the self, that it is too much for them to handle. And when they're into that energy, everything else in their world goes to hell. Everything. And so I think that one of the challenges we have is to start once again, without being into some sort of shallow human potential thing, we have to reclaim what a Jungian would mean by that. I mean, a Jungian would mean there are large potentials in the psyche which have evolved in our species. And you have got, though, to realize what enormous voltage is in this thing within the psyche, and that we need to learn from these traditional peoples about how you relate to that without becoming anti-life. And so we'll get into that some more after our break. Let's take about 15 minutes. I understand that the bookstore is open and ready to receive checks. So we'll see you in about 15 minutes. Don't let us get out of here tonight before we mention some films that get at this issue, and be thinking if you can think of a film that you want to mention that illustrates some of these dynamics. Let me do a couple of things though before we get into some discussion. I just wanted to point out again that another person that I really think is helpful at getting a handle on this great self within and relating it to contemporary scientific theory is Anthony Stevens' work. I'm very appreciative of Anthony Stevens' work. I think if you take Edinger's work and Stevens' work and hold them in some tension, you get an important resource for thinking about this today. Anthony Stevens' book, Archetypes, A Natural History of the Self, and his book On Jung, both highlight a slightly different take on the phenomenology of the 2-million-year-old human being within you. And I think it's important to look at that. We don't have time to get into that tonight, and yet I want you to look at his work and understand that it is in a very similar tradition, I think, to that of Edinger and Jung. And let me just, I handed you out this thing from the book The King Within, and I just wanted to refer to that. I don't have time really to get into that a lot tonight. But I wanted to point out that a lot of my work, could someone push that door too, please? Foster, will you get that for me? Thank you. That a lot of my work has been in recent years to try to extend Jung's own work on the archetypal self, and I have done a lot more work. I'm much more of a structuralist than these other persons. It's possible as a Jungian to relate to the promptings of the self as if it were God. I said that earlier. We should talk a little bit about this. That God, there's a God behind your dreams. And that your dreams will come and they will present to you in something of a magical way, a true way to go. There are a lot of people that practice in Jungian psychology with what I refer to as a kind of romance of the dream. That is, to sort of equate it as a good God guiding the ego. That is not the tradition I stand in. I have tried in my work to remember that Jung warned us about the archetypal or great self and pointed out that this is not good by moral standards.
It is certainly great, but there are many manifestations of the archetypal self which would not equate with gentle Jesus, meek and mild. And so I wanted to just point out some of the things that the archetypal self, in my view, can do, and some of the things that it does not do. That is, it does not do directly. Jung points out that it balances opposites, that it is a prompting toward a balancing of the opposites in your psyche. And a lot of people talk about opposites in the psyche, but don't really get into that very much. What I've tried to do in my work, and you see the little diagram appendix A there, I have worked a great deal on trying to get a little more content, a little more clear about what the opposites in the psyche are. And I have built on Jung's own sense that there's some way in which the deep self is quadrated. There is a fourfoldness to the archetypal self that you see in a great deal of Jung's work. And so what I've tried to do is to show the tensions that I believe are built into the structure of the archetypal self. Now, Jung went so far on these to say the archetypal self seeks to help you balance the opposites in your psyche. And the tradition of interpretation he took was along the lines of psychological typology. And so if you get into your looking at typology and you find that you're a thinking type, then you know that you need to be putting energy into developing your feeling side. Or if you're a sensation type, you need to be trying to move toward a balance of the opposites by getting more into developing your intuition. If you're an extrovert, you need to be able to learn to develop appreciation and participation in introverted modes. I mean, if you're an extrovert, you move toward the other pole. The idea being that if you do not consciously seek to balance the opposites, they will start setting up to balance you. That is, here's one of Jung's, today it'd be $175 word, enantiodromia. Enantio, E-N-A-N-T-I-O-D-R-O-M-I-A. That is the idea that whatever pole of the opposite you are not honoring will come around and get you in the back. You know. And this is what happens to those clergy who say, well, I would never sexually abuse a parishioner. Or a therapist that gets into saying that, or whatever it is that you're sure you will never do, look out, because that is like sort of cursing Zeus. Oh, show me Zeus, see if you got any thunderbolts left, Yeah, that's right. So in any case, that regulation of the opposites, now that I believe does operate in the archetypal self. It will balance. It will move against one-sidedness, and that is in you, and the self will do that. So there is a sense in which, according to Jung, Jung says that there's this self-regulating tendency in the psyche. It's built in, and the self is the ground of that. Well, a lot of people take that to mean that the self will keep you balanced and move you toward individuation in a sort of a kind and good shepherding way. The good shepherd, the self as the good shepherd. Well, my response to that is, well, if that's the case, why is the human species in such a mess? If that just automatically happens. What Jung does not point out to us very clearly is the fact that, he does point it out, but it's just not made that clear, that the archetypal self, if you do not take a stand in relationship to it, it will take you. And it will take you where it wants you to go. And as we shall see, if you look at my reading of this, there are different ways that you can become possessed by this gold energy in your psyche. One of the things I've tried to do is to say, you can be possessed by this thing in various circuits or various programs, and you can be inflated and it will not look the same. If you are identified and possessed by this in its king or queen mode, you will look one way. You will look a lot like Saddam Hussein or certain other politicians that you might name. If you get possessed in the magician mode, you will manifest a lot of detachment from other people and probably a fascination with occultism of some kind or a fascination with academics, intellectual pursuits. See? Or you may decide that you're a shaman. You had a weekend workshop and now you're a shaman. There are a lot of those folks around. You know, I went on blankety-blank quest and now I've met my spirit guide and, well, that is, in my view, and that is certainly shamanistic. But what we're seeing is the archetype of the self manifesting in its magician mode. And one of the group is going to recommend a film in a minute in which she thinks that the archetypal self manifests in its lover or erotic mode. But in other words, in my view, I think it's possible to be a lot clearer about the shape and geography of this great self than even Jung thought. And I don't think he chose the most fruitful direction when he went with the psychological typology route. In my own work, I think that the direction Tony Wolff, his associate, was working in and looking at the elementary forms of the feminine, I think Tony Wolff, and you can read all this in the appendix to any of this quartet on masculine psychology, but the King Within book has this stuff in the appendix. You can read it. We don't have time to get into it much tonight. It's simply to say that there are a number of us that are working in Jung's tradition that have not gone with this little move of declaring there's no archetypal self and becoming Adlerians. I mean, Edinger and Stevens and I all believe that, yes, there is an archetypal self. It is not merely a mystical concept. It's an empirical concept. You can see enormous evidence for it cross-culturally, and if you have eyes to see on an interdisciplinary basis. And this thing is extremely powerful. And if you kind of look at the geography of it, you can learn to see it manifesting. And my work has been to try to map this out a little bit more than Jung did, but in a way that's consistent with his assumptions. Now yes?
And in talking about the cap-S self, or the archetypal self,
yes,
or the great self,
yes,
or the God self, we're
yes,
talking about the same thing using different
yes,
words.
yes, that's right. I mean, I use the phrase God self because I think it's very important for people to understand that empirically speaking, it's very much like Edinger's talking about the Imago Dei. I think Edinger's right to say that this thing is what Christians and in the Judeo-Christian tradition talked about is the image of God within. This is also the Christ within. What they don't tell you, it's also the Satan within. That is, that there are demonic expressions of this thing, and yet it is, when you run into it, it is full of numinous energy, and once you get clear about that, when you see people either defending against numinosity by becoming ordinary, or when you see people in manicky states, we'll get into this a lot more next week, and you have a Jungian understanding of this thing, you can read out fairly well where they're not adequately relating to, differentiated from, and relating to this great self. If you look at my work, see what I think I've been able to do is to articulate a differentiation of the different forms, the fourfold forms that this libido takes. And contrary to the Freudians, I don't think there are 2 forms of libido. I think there are 4 forms of libido. And there's enormous evidence, in my view, that grandiosity comes in all 4 forms. And you can look at how one is defending against this energy, or how one is possessed by it, or oscillating between defending against it and being possessed by it. And you can think about different kinds of pathology, from depression to eating disorders to addictions and so forth, and you can think about which aspect of the great self is being dominant. At least that's my own theory. But anyway, let's open it up now. Let's get before we do anything else, let's get a sense of some films that you think give a picture of a person that is gotten real close to this. Yeah, you were going to say.
I happened to see Damage yesterday. I don't know if anyone else in the room has seen it. I really recommend it. It is almost a classic study of the great self, capturing a human being. And originally, I read the book, and originally I thought it was going to be a study on evil. I'm not so sure if that word even applies. It's more or less, again, the balancing act. This was a man who lived a perfect form of life without any passion. And he was then confronted with that untapped part of himself, and it consumed him. And the spill out was, across everything in his life that he valued dearly. It's well done. It's Jeremy Irons. And
for the tape, she's saying that the movie Damage with Jeremy Irons is an important expression of the kind of a possession state in its erotic manifestation. See, one of the things, that this lover form, the Dionysian, the Aphrodite manifestations, the god Eros, the old peoples of the world knew that the demons, there were different demons. They knew it, that these spirit beings came in different forms, and they weren't all alike, and they had names. And when in your tribe, you knew when you were getting into certain moods, your mythology told you, aha, this is so-and-so that's got me now. And we've lost the ability to do that. So now when somebody gets into one of these spaces, they don't have much help in understanding that they just lost their soul. See, the soul loss is the way that tribal peoples always kind of describe this. They knew when they lost their soul, and something else came in, meaning they knew when something other came in. And so that's one very important. You were going to come in.
I was just going to say, I think the second plot in this story is that we can be a vehicle for soul loss in another individual. If we have had our soul removed from us, from a victim experience early on against our will. And then how does that, where does the cycle of evil and victimization and where does it interface? I thought it was very powerful.
She's saying that it's important to understand that these relationships we get into, in which one of the persons may experience soul loss, that's a dyadic phenomenon, that something is going on with both persons, and it's important to look and see what exactly is going on in the history of the person to figure out why this particular kind of soul loss and why this particular kind of possession is going on in the couple. That's very subtle, and I'm going to wait till next week to address that because I'm going to have to think about that some. But I think it's very important. You think about this. In self-psychology, we would talk about these things as archaic self-object transferences. That's the way they talk about that. But that's just kind of, that kind of cleans it up to where you can't tell what they're talking about. But actually, when they say archaic, they're talking about this is loaded with this numinous energy, and it's important to realize that they have figured out, these Freudians have figured out that there are different kinds of self-object transferences. They're not all the same. And so they're kind of, I think, barking up the same tree that I am. Yeah, Foster.
Is that what happens in Fatal Attraction with the transference to the woman of this erotic craziness? Michael Douglas, he transfers it and almost ruins his own life.
See, Foster is talking about Fatal Attraction and about the experience of this numinous, divine being, feminine being in this woman. And the other thing you got to get a feeling for, which relates to what you're talking about and what we'll need to talk about more next week, is that if I am really out of touch with my great self, and you kind of like identifying with it, yours, then I'm set up. I'm going to come along and I'm going to feel. All my radar is going to pick up that, oh, here's a receptacle. I'm going to be able to reconnect with my God self. And so my radar is going to say, he's over there, he's over there, he's over there. And so I'm going to home in on him, and I'm going to form what they clean up and call this an idealizing transference. But what's really doing, I'm experiencing my God self. I'm not experiencing yours. Yours is creating a space in our unconscious field here whereby I can experience mine. And so I love this experience of the God self. And I intend to keep it. And so you cannot go away. And so you've been hearing on the news lately these murders that occur when someone who is the receptacle of the God self for a person that doesn't feel it in themselves, and the person that's the receptacle tries to end the relationship. Well, that leads to radical action. But it's very interesting what appears as another aspect of the God self. That is, some guy gets into his messianic warrior and is going to save his world. So he goes and gets his 357. And he goes and kills the bad demon that he thought was the good demon. I thought you were good, but when you tried to get away from me, I realized that I had not had this figured out right. You're really not Ahura Mazda, the good God. You're really Ahiraman, the bad God. So I'm going to be Mithra, and I'm going to try to kill the evil principle. And this is acted out by the thousands every day in the world. And so we need to think about that more next week. And there's sort of a plumbing of this God energy. And so in terms of what we have to do, in terms of our own individuation, just for ourselves and for our world, not to say for thinking about therapy and healing and these spiritual things, is to try to figure out where our experience of the gold energy is going. And we can say, well, now, where do I feel any gold energy in my life? Or is it all lead?
How does the soul differ from the great self?
Well, the soul, in the sense of the primitive tribal use of that, they mean by that the real you. That is to say, if I were a tribal person and I had been down by the stream and there was an alligator down there, and I came away and I felt very weak and ill, I would say, well, that alligator spirit stole my soul. And when I would say that as a tribal person, I would mean my essential true nature
and I would know that I am not feeling like myself anymore. I have lost my essence. There's something about my centeredness, my power. You know how you feel, what we would say today, we talk about this as feeling fragmented or down. If you are feeling down, really, really down, that would be parallel to what a lot of tribal people would call that soul loss. So it's a sense that your connection to the navel of the world, where all the good stuff is been severed temporarily.
Does the soul have luminous energy?
Well, not in that usage. The soul in that usage is more like a Plato's receptacle. It's like this is sort of the ground of your being, and as a human, your true humanness. It's not that God stuff or that demonic stuff. It is your sense. See, the tribal peoples knew sanity. It's one of the things when you study their understanding of evil, they knew the difference between being themselves and being possessed. And that's what people that study this stuff say. They know the difference between being a shaman and being psychotic. See, but the great self stuff is that sense of that energy that they know to be sacred energy. They have a lot of names for it: mana, orinda, wakan. There are all kinds of names that tribal peoples give to this, but they all have a sense of this energy. Yeah, somebody back here. Did anybody else have a film they wanted to mention? Yeah.
I was mentioning the Godard film of Breathless, the 59th version, and there the God power, he takes on kind of like a Thomas Hardy God, a careless dice rolling God. He just doesn't give a shit, but he takes all authority.
He takes what?
Authority. He has total offer of his life, will do just as he pleases.
A dice-rolling God. That's a very popular God.
Which is very different from these other... Yeah, if you take a look at the images in GQ, all of them reflect their own dice.
Yeah. Well, if you go out to the racetracks, there are a lot of gamblers out there that are possessed by that God. Yeah. And there should be in Gamblers Anonymous, but they're not. They're out there living that God's life out.
A couple more. Something wilder. There's a terrible fight scene in there in the kitchen. And there's a wonderful ride in a convertible.
Yes.
Anyway. And then Blue Velvet.
Blue Velvet. Watch Blue Velvet before next week. And somebody else had mentioned one last week. Equus.
Yeah.
If you look at Equus, that is a Freudian treatment of this energy. And sort of a depressing, nihilistic, hopeless view that you could ever relate to that God without being crazy. But it's important to get a feeling. You can really get a sense for this numinosity by looking at that film and see what a lot of people do. You just get healthy and chronically depressed. Anybody else got a movie? Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Maybe I missed it, but what does Jung say about learning to dance with this energy, to not become ordinary, but to hold it?
Mm-hmm.
What is the
Well, this is where his classical work with this would be, this is why you work with dreams. This is why you make your dream interpretation into a part of your spiritual life. And you really see the spiritual dimension of that. That's, you don't just kind of work with dreams until you get well. In other words, contrary to other schools of thought, you don't just work with the dreams to find out what's broken. You work with the dreams on a regular basis so that this personality number 2 that is in you has an opportunity to speak to you and have you listen. So in other words, Jung is always saying to us, personify, personify, personify. Personify the unconscious. Treat it as an other with a capital O. Do this in as many forms. Honor its diversity. Honor the shape-shifting quality that it has. And know that if you don't personify it, you're not going to honor and respect it. And if you do personify it and honor it and respect it, then you have to show it that you do that. It's like Jung is constantly emphasizing that you really, the face the unconscious turns to you is the face that you turn to the unconscious. And so if you treat it like it's insignificant, it's likely to give you a very hard time in ways that you cannot predict. Yes?
Just to carry the soul concept, I think a lot of our adventures, Lost Ark, Raiders of the Lost Ark, and we go back to Jack and the Beanstalk, is the soul trying to grab a piece of the great self and not get burned.
That's right.
Jack goes up, he grabs a piece of the self, the gold goose or whatever, and tries to get the heck out of there before he gets trampled.
Absolutely.
But I think the soul is actually seeking to elevate by taking pieces of this great self and then take it back like a chipmunk and chew on it.
Yes. Well, it'd be interesting to think about that as soul work, the way you're interpreting it, because I could go with that. I could say, well, you know, it's like there is this part of you that knows it's destined for greater things. And there's this part of you, and it's not the great self. I'm talking about the human. There's this human being that senses that it ought to mean something. And tragedy in our world is, this really is a fallen city. It's like the emotional climate that most of us live in is not just a wet blanket. It's a toxic, it's a wet blanket soaked in toxic waste. And if you don't believe it, just get creative and start shining a little bit and watch the envy attacks on you. So this is where we start dealing with this. Next week we need to talk about the psychology of envy in community, because it is related to this starvation, this enormous starvation that people have for connection with this gold, like you're talking about. And they sense in themselves, this can't be all there is. And that reminds me of a movie, the Mozart movie, Amadeus. And look at the reactions to Mozart in that movie, see, because the great self was coming on through Mozart. See, yeah, I hear it back.
I hope this is like Justin talking. Is there a parallel between carrying symbols in the Protestant religion and the Masonic orders that flourished in the Enlightenment, which Mozart was also part of, and he was demonstrating through the magic flute, and our founding fathers were also members of, that they didn't have in their church.
Yes, absolutely.
So.
Oh, I don't think that's your. If your Deacon Justin is talking, you need to tell me the brand. Because I need to have some of that. I think there's a lot of evidence that for the tape, what she's referring to is the fact that there were so many people involved in Masonry, Freemasonry, and they were very creative people involved in Freemasonry. And she was saying, well, now, would this be related to the difficulty that some of the sort of those mainline churches from those days were having trouble really helping people relate through symbols to this powerful energy? I think that's absolutely right. And one of the things that if you have a little historical bent, you look at the role of the occult in the Renaissance. It's directly related to your point. It's like the Freemasonry is just one of many occult traditions which knew that symbols mattered. And they knew that they were the things that helped you relate to this energy in the great self without killing you. And so, the way I got into studying this stuff, I started out studying the psychology of magic, and I started doing field studies with magicians, occultists all over the United States. And that's how I first got my understanding of the way this stuff worked. But I think you're right. Any tradition which really values symbols and understands that those things carry psychic energy. And see, Jung really was one of the great geniuses of all time on this. He was the only one in the whole psychoanalytic tradition that really understood symbols. Freud never understood the difference between signs and symbols. And Adler never understood the difference between signs and symbols. Jung did. And just do yourself a favor and look at the 20th volume, the index volume in his collected works, and just look at the incredible symbolism studies he did. See, so that's an important point you're making. Yeah, Mel.
Something you just said struck me, and I turned around and looked over, you said symbols carry psychic energy, and I thought to myself, many people symbols carry psychic energy. That is to say, anything that's an objective phenomenon, that's how you're mind. If it begins to carry psychic energy at that moment, it has become symbol.
That's true. And as long as you say that, he's saying that whatever carries psychic energy has become a symbol, has developed a mythic or symbolic dimension at that moment. This is important for us to realize about relationships of all kinds, because in our demythologized world, all this energy is collapsed down here into this horizontal dimension. And now we are like walking around Chernobyl. There's all this spiritual radiation around, and we are having difficulties understanding why it's so hard to deal with our lives now without oscillating between manic states and depressive states. And it's related to what you're saying. And it's important, and we need to talk about this a lot more next week, to piggyback on what you and what she had said earlier. That is, you got to be aware when you're numinous for other people, because I'll guarantee you're numinous for somebody. You can't, yeah.
When you were talking about symbols carrying a numinous, I was thinking of Zion, Illinois, the Paragon and their fight. Very poor community, but they spent over $80,000 defending a Christian symbol in their village. And now they're putting God, in God we trust, or something like that. And the point was made that they are taking a symbol and it's become nothing. By insisting on trying to complete the person who began the suit, they're taking something that means something and they're making it very ordinary.
Well, see, now that's an interesting question. What is actually happening there in terms of the plumbing of all this? Because you could argue it that way, but you could also argue that they are aware at some intuitive level that they are not any good at articulating, that it's important to have receptacles for this energy. And when you start taking all the civil religion out of the society, then the society just gets crazier.
But you take $80,000 from poor communities,
yes,
and give it to lawyers instead of helping the community, you've done the same thing.
Well, now that's arguable, though. See, I mean, I see that argument, and I have a lot of folks that I work with a lot that would argue it that way. The only thing is you have to understand how desperate human beings are to maintain some connection with the symbolic, and we might want to spend that money down at homeless shelter, right? Or we might want to donate it to Somalia or something. But here's where self-psychology is important for us to get. Why do you think all these fundamentalists are arising all over the world? Islamic fundamentalists and Jewish fundamentalists and Hindu fundamentalists and Christian fundamentalists. There is an epidemic of fundamentalism in the world. Now, let's just stay psychological. Now, why is that? Well, because the psyche of human beings there is a tendency for it to fragment unless there is some receptacle for these energies. And as the old traditional cultural containers dissolve around the world, we've got a flooding problem. We have a spiritual flooding problem in the world. And what are you going to do if you can't have tantric Buddhism? Well, you end up with Jerry Falwell's Christian University. It's sort of a sad substitute. But here's the rule. People are going to do something with that energy. And this is what we've got to think about together. We should deal with this a lot more next week. Because, see, what I might not like, I don't appreciate all this fundamentalism. I mean, I'm scared to death of it. I think that the non-fundamentalists of the world are going to have to unite. You know, we need to have a party of non-fundamentalists because they don't offer the future any hope. The fundamentalists of the world are going to get us all killed. Nuclear. There's going to be a nuclear shootout at the fundamentalist OK Corral. And I'm not joking. And so there are some real important reasons for us to learn how to empathize with people's need for symbolic containers and also give them alternatives. That's one of the important things about Jungian psychology. We are one of the few scientific theories that says to folks, yeah, you do need some sort of symbolic and mythical and ritual containment. You're not crazy. It doesn't mean you're lower middle class because you have this need. It doesn't mean you're intellectually inferior to have this need. It means you're human. And so what we've got to do is to help human beings on this small planet figure out how to honor each other's needs to have this energy contained in places where we can get at it, but which does not make us all crazy and homicidal. So that's the challenge, and we need to come back to that next week. Now, I've got to stop now because our time is formally up, but try to look at some of those movies. I wish we'd had time to think about some more. If you want to see the archetypal warrior, look at Patton. I'm always telling people to look at that for the archetypal warrior. Come back next week and let's talk about the implications. If a classical Jungian theory about this is right, we've been getting into that. What are some of the implications? Well, the implications are secularism will finally get you killed. Sooner or later. It's going to turn the world into fundamentalist. Thank you very much. See you next week. Well, welcome to our final evening in this particular series on the great self within, mythological visions and psychological reality. And tonight I'm going to, if I trip and fall, it's because I'm trying out some new bifocals. I may not be as stoned as I look here, but tonight, we had fun with a little world mythology and with the Freudians and the Adlerians and a little bit with the Jungian stuff. But tonight I want to I want us to pull out the stops here and deal with the outrageous implications of all this. If you think about it and really get into it, what some of the implications are, and so let me just begin by reiterating the kind of key issue, the key issue that I think makes the incredible abyss between Jung's psychology and other psychologies is not the existence of a very godlike thing within, that is, godlike in its pretensions and its claims and its aspirations and all that sort of thing. That is not really a great issue, because so many, as we've seen, so many very gifted observers and psychoanalytic clinicians are quite clear that there is something very grandiose in there. The real issue is whether or not this thing is merely infantile and archaic and regressive and primitive and something that you really ought to grow out of into ordinariness, or whether or not this thing is the key not only to individuation, but something even more important than that. Perhaps, as we get into tonight, we're going to walk on thin ice tonight, perhaps even something that holds the key to the future of our species, if it is to have one. Perhaps some a reality that may, in fact, offer some hope for humanity, even though the odds of its realization may seem very small today. In the light of the World Watch Institute reports about how little time we have before the biodiversity and the ecological environment is so badly compromised that it's irreversible. World Watch Institute's estimates are somewhat, less than 2 decades of critical time. So clearly, from what I've said, I believe that Jungian psychology, in its classical forms and in its contemporary forms, such as the work of Edinger, which reflects the positive contribution of the great self within. Certainly, I believe that to be a tremendously positive alternative to most of the what I consider to be dwarf psychologies in our contemporary scene. Psychologies, I need to reiterate, psychologies which take the human and make it less than it is. And take the human and the human aspiration to be significant and pathologize it. So our assumption coming into this class is that from a Jungian point of view, this great self is a psychological reality, and it is a psychological reality that is tremendously important for individuation, and and yet it is not something that one can deal with romantically or naively. That is, it is an enormous, powerful solar furnace within, which, if one does not have means of containment and canalization of this libido into constructive, life-serving channels, then it turns ugly, destructive, certainly infantile. So I wanted to start out tonight by doing just a little historical reprieve about the way culture has responded to this psychological reality. I think it's important for us to think about some cultural reasons why the wider public has had a hard time accepting the idea of an archetypal self. And I would invite us to think back to the phenomenology in traditional cultures of the evil eye, the sense and fear of the evil eye in traditional cultures. People in traditional cultures around the world were wise about this thing. They realized, perhaps they had a hard time explaining it in any kind of scientific way with any kind of plumbing diagrams, but they knew that if they began to manifest any sense of specialness in their lives, they were inviting attack, and attack from the community, attack from other people in the community. And very widely, this attack was characterized as being malocchio, the evil eye. Hence, in certain places in Europe, in peasant Europe, if you were a woman and you gave birth to a beautiful child, you had tremendous anxiety about this. Not just joy over the birth of a beautiful child, but you had tremendous anxiety about this blessing, because there was something about human social reality that you were aware of, and that was that this was going to elicit not love and celebration in the community, but devastating attacks. And so in peasant communities around the world, what would happen would be that anytime anything good happened to you, no matter what it was, whether it was a beautiful baby or a prosperous year or some other kind of good fortune, you immediately had a fear reaction. And you started engaging in rituals of various kinds and behaviors of various kinds which were intended to deflect the evil eye from you. Now, a lot of this had to do with becoming as invisible as possible and to becoming as innocuous as possible and to keeping, as we would say today, as low profile as possible. We would talk about this today, of course, as a shame-based reaction. And often people will say this is a reaction in a shame-based culture. But those people that want to make these neat, in my view, these people that want to make these neat distinctions between shame cultures and guilt cultures don't understand something. All cultures are shame cultures.
Tape 5 of the Mythology of the Great Self Within.
The same phenomenon that we see in traditional cultures continues to exist today, and we see it expressed in what we know as envy dynamics. So in the social world today, and I want to suggest, if you haven't seen the movie Amadeus, that you see Amadeus and think about it in this context. And also read Ulanov's book, Cinderella and Her Sisters, which is a wonderful, helpful treatment of this particular phenomenon of the human experience of envy whenever one feels that one is experiencing the good. If I feel that I'm experiencing the good or the precious or the beautiful or the true, what I can be sure of is that I will be on the receiving end of envy attacks from my social world. Now, so this experience of the evil eye has not gone away. It has simply become something that we prepare people less for. That is, if you lived in a traditional culture, your elders would have taught you about this phenomenon and how to protect yourself from it. In our contemporary society, we don't talk about this that much, and therefore we're much more vulnerable to it. Vulnerable to toxic shaming, and vulnerable to those who give us mass media messages that we are ordinary, and that there are celebrities and then there are ordinaries. You are the ordinaries, and the folks on TV and in the movies and so forth is a celebrity. People magazine are the celebrities. Now, in traditional culture, not only did they have a better sense of what was going on, they didn't have a sense of the plumbing so much, but they had a sense of the dynamics. They also had a means through which people who were aware of some of these things attempted to make a safe place, a sanctuary for the great self. And that was in all of these esoteric traditions of the human species. Those traditions which we today gather together, and we call them Gnostic traditions. That is, traditions that had secret teachings that allowed you, in the secrecy of the tradition, to claim your specialness, but which would protect you from the envy attacks of the culture by having you claim ordinariness in public. Do you follow that? This is extremely widespread. I mean, before I began my study of the occult and occultism, I had no idea how widespread this is, and I certainly had no idea how many people today in our culture use this method. Because, I mean, you walk through your day, and you may go down to your bank and ask to speak to a loan officer, a junior loan officer, because you need to talk to them about getting an auto loan or something. And you may go in there and you may talk to some person that seems quite ordinary. They've got a community college education and thus and so, and they don't seem all that special. But what you may not realize is this person may be a 14th degree initiate in X brand of occultist tradition, which has them be a prime participant with the gods in co-creation of the world. And there are many, 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 many different brands of this type of thing. I interviewed thousands of hours of people from different walks of life who are participants in esoteric traditions in which they were extremely special, but not to the public. Yes?
It's everywhere.
See, but there again, she's saying for the tape, she's saying that she sees when she goes to Greek town and she participates in Greek subculture here in Chicago, that many of these insights about the evil eye are still alive and well, and people are still utilizing them. I think it's important for us to realize that many, many people have lost touch with that, though. That these people have been able to keep this alive in an ethnic enclave because they know it's important. They know that this is important to maintain one's psychic health in an envious world. Most of those persons couldn't give you a lecture on the psychology of this, but they know about these dynamics. All we're saying here is that people traditionally found ways to acknowledge the danger of admitting you're special, and two, find ways to carefully hold the light, hide it under a bushel, and keep it from being blown out by those who would hate you for being precious or special. Now, I point this out because I think we need to realize that if the Jungian understanding, a classical Jungian understanding of the archetypal self and its role in the psyche has merit, then this gives us a way of understanding a lot of these traditional practices. Because it gives us a way to understand that in traditional cultures there were ritual forms and mythic forms which help people maintain a connection with that flame, that fire of a sense of being in connection with the divine or special, a jewel, without coming out and being vulnerable to the kind of social shaming that is more common in our context. I just want to point out to you that how can we understand what happens in our public schools in Chicago if we do not understand that we've totally lost a sense about the specialness of individuals, you see. Our schools wholesale the kind of dysfunction that they wholesale because we have a hard time institutionalizing any kind of sense of specialness or narcissistic gratification that is requisite for being able to learn. Students have to feel special if they're going to feel smart. And so we talked about the sacred canopy and its collapse. So tonight we're going to talk about implications of an understanding of the great self for clinical practice first, and for individuation issues on a larger basis, private or personal and public second, and then after the break we ought to have a little fun with the question of the great self and God. What can you think about? Possible ways of thinking about that. First of all, I think one of the most important clinical implications is moving resolutely in clinical practice toward depathologizing people's need to feel precious and special. Now, as I've said to you before, my partner Margaret Shanahan has taught me a lot about this from the perspective of psychoanalytic self-psychology and how it causes one to rethink a lot of Jungian thought, and I'm indebted to her for this. Self-psychologists try to depathologize this grandiosity and try to get us to befriend it, but they haven't gone far enough. And as we saw before, the Adlerians continue really to pathologize this sense of preciousness. What we've got to do is to realize that by continuing to shame people's need for a sense of specialness, both directly and in our, think about clinical discussions. Say you're in a case conference with a group of other therapists. I suggest those of you that are therapists and clinicians or teachers or social workers or anyone that works in groups of people, you listen to the pathologizing of people's needs for special recognition. This is very widespread, and I think that
Jungians need to take a lead, a much more conscious lead on this stuff. I'm disturbed by the extent to which contemporary people in the Jungian community have bought into the kind of attitudes of object relations theory, Kleinian theory, a lot of these other theories which tend to really pathologize the neediness of clients for attention, and that's that greedy, that's that primitive greed in that person, you know. Well, sure, there is a part of us that is starved to death for somebody to see us as special, and it comes across very greedy and ugly when it has not been seen. But I think we need to start recognizing that there's a voice in there that is that God self that needs to be honored, which contains a tremendous opening out for that person. And if we continue to participate as therapists in shaming that, not seeing it, pathologizing it when we do see it, trying to cure them of it, we're doing the same thing to them their family did to them. And we're doing the same thing to them that that the shadow side of the Christian culture does to them. I say the shadow side of Christian culture because I think there's more than one side to Christian culture on this, and we should talk later about the other side of Christian mythology, which really is sort of a herald of a transformation of significance. But the shadow side of Christian culture, as the self-psychologists have said, is that Christians, they'll forgive you anything as long as it's, sexual acting out, or it's, violence, or anything like it. But they won't forgive you for sense of self-importance or being special. That's the hardest thing for Christian culture to pride, Pride is the root of all evil, yes.
But there's a difference between pride, what you would consider to be ordinary yet extraordinary pride, and hubris. And where is how do we know the difference?
Well, that's a very complicated thing. It's just all the point I'm trying to make is that humility has been greatly overstressed as a virtue in Christianity, and it has led us to believe that if you start feeling really good about yourself, that you're probably transgressing against God. And see, this is where the challenge to spirituality is, and it's very critical today because I'm familiar with a disaster that's called theological education today around the various seminaries of the various denominations of the world, and I don't see any of them that are finding a way past this, kind of shaming history, guilt-tripping kinds of things. And this is really one of the key issues that needs to be addressed through this sense of the great self, that there's another side to Christianity, which if you look at the Gnostic traditions and you look at, as Elaine Pagels has said, the Gnostic Paul, there's a whole other side, way of reading Christianity that emphasizes the redemption of the world, the messianic banquet, the possibilities of the reign of God in the world, and so on. We'll talk about that more later. But anyway, key issue in therapy, depathologizing this and not even letting the kind of toxic, envious countertransferences of therapists go unchallenged. Because it is very common today for psychotherapists of many different schools, not just our contemporary Jungians, but to if a person has a longing for mirroring of their great self, then this has been dealt with so little among training for psychotherapy that the therapist does not even recognize their hostile, rejecting put down of the person when it occurs, don't even know they've done it. And secondly, if they even notice they've done it, they don't know why they've done it. And they don't see that it's related to their own issue with their own sense of specialness that has not really gotten conscious yet. So I think that one of the main implications is for us to get conscious about this part of us that feels very special and will not stop feeling special no matter what you do. And that if you try to make it not feel special, you simply drive it underground, where it does a lot more mischief. And that the goal ought to be for us to get a lot more comfortable with other people's sort of shining. And the only way we're ever going to get any more comfortable with somebody else's shining, right, you got it. And this is hard, folks. I mean, how many do you know that feeling when you go in a room, that shrinking feeling? You kind of shrink away. We talked about that last time. But you say you work on analysis and therapy a long time, and you still have that sense of trying to disappear when you're seen. Well, that's just something we just got to keep on trying to get blessed and trying to recognize that we deserve more than that. We deserve better than that. And especially for the therapist. The therapists need to work on this if they're going to be able to be accepting and loving and empathic with other people's needs. And if they, and teachers, think about this, what it means with teachers. Because if that teacher can't stand it when one of those young folks in the class shines, then this veil of shadows keeps getting thicker in this world. Any of you teachers have a thought on that?
I think one of the things that happens in classrooms is that teachers will mirror the students in the class who they see resembling themselves, and then put a wet blanket on everybody else so that we replicate ourselves by acknowledging only those who mirror us.
Well, that's a start, right? I mean, to be able to mirror anybody is an achievement. Really. But it is kind of important, don't you think, to get an idea that maybe everybody in that room has got that God self in there, waiting to be seen. And so, if you think about this stuff, then you start noticing who's not saying anything in the class. Then you start saying, now who's hiding? And you're aware, then you're much more aware that there is a lot of longing in that hiding person. And then you start, now what was that parable that Jesus told about the 90 and 9? That's all about this stuff. That is to say, there's this very precious thing that's hidden in the field. There's this precious participant in the community that's in a cave or in a hole. And the good shepherd is one who goes to find that one. See, that's a parable about the great self in people that have not been given permission to manifest it. We should talk about that more. But let me go on and get through this before I break. Now, if we did that, of course, we've been talking about this, this would lead us to reframe symptomatology. And this is classic Jung, of course, just a little more explicit. That is, a great deal of our symptoms in psychopathology
if you are framing it in the context of the great self within, result from either defending against an acknowledgement of this great self for fear of psychosis. You know, if I admit I'm special, I'm going to go right into the sun. A lot of people that live right on that sort of terrible dilemma. Either I'm nothing, or if I admit I'm special, I'm going to go right into the sun and burn up. So symptoms can be defending against that sense of specialness, and classical depressive symptoms, or obsessional symptoms, or all sorts of sort of classic symptomatologies, or symptoms which have to do with being very in touch with it and losing a sense of differentiation from it. You see this, for example, if you're a teacher, if you ever noticed that if there's a student that's very kind of flying very close to their great self, you know, and you pay attention to them and you respond to what their comments in class, and suddenly they cannot control themselves. Suddenly they just are nonstop talking, and they cannot stop interrupting other people, and they got to have all the attention in the class. Now that's a very common picture, and this would be the opposite. This is not a person that's having a hard time touching it. This is a person that's flying so close to it unconsciously that when you look at them, it overstimulates them, puts them right into a possession state with it, and they're gone. And then the teacher will often try to sustain it for a little bit and then shoot them down to get them down. But once you got a sense for what's going on here, then when you have a student like that, then you're less frustrated and moralizing about that. And you, instead of just being lost in one's frustration, one can begin to strategize what to do to help that student be able to stand being so wonderful, you know, and not inflicting their wonderfulness totally on everybody all the time. I mean, but it becomes then a pedagogical kind of problem and a containment problem, which we'll get to in a little bit. So in terms of clinical implications, you depathologize the claims and you reframe the symptoms, and that's important in itself. I mean, that would be enough of significance in itself if we didn't do anything else. But the next step is even more important. That is to say, once one begins to realize what's going on by looking at these deep structures and the way they are manifesting, and once you realize that traditional cultures had a sacred canopy and ritual systems to contain that, then you stop having the idea that this can be simply fixed in one-to-one therapy. In other words, your total approach to therapy as a whole, as a healing practice, has to shift. And rather than simply trying to figure out how to get people back into pegs, I mean, into their holes, you know, whittle them down so they can get into their holes of life, then you begin to realize that what we've got here is a public problem, a very large public communal cultural problem, and that we can no longer have such a thing as private, quote unquote, psychotherapy, that we have to relearn the wisdom of the ages about healing. That is, healers in most of the history of our species understood
this energy had to be contained and mediated. It had to be somehow contained in mythological structures and had to be related to consciously through certain ritual forms. So our next implication here would be we have to get about repairing the sacred canopy. Again, I mentioned Peter Berger's book, The Sacred Canopy, to give you a little background on this in the past. But when I say that we need to get about repairing the sacred canopy, what I mean is that we have to start facing the fact that people, human beings, are not going to be able to get healed without a reintroduction to the mythic imagination. And we have to start understanding that there is where the relationship between psychotherapy and spirituality comes in. That is, spirituality cannot simply be one little tack-on issue which we add to a curriculum in clinical psychology. That is, we have to face that human spirituality is something that we must create and imagine new forms that are adequate to our time. Why? Because of this. Because of the great self. If there was not a great self within, you might be able to say, oh, well, maybe I'll have this spirituality and maybe I won't. Maybe I'll have my ritual practice and maybe I won't. Maybe I'll participate in community and maybe I won't. But if there is a great self in the species that is too large for a dwarfed modern personality to deal with without addiction or depression or some other kind of antisocial acting out, then we have to look at the radical situation we're in. We have to get past the modern culture. And this is where Jungian psychology today is so critically important. As that December 7th issue of U.S. News and World Report pointed out in the article on spiritual questing. By the way, we have that here at the Institute for you if you haven't seen it. It points out that people very, very widely are turning to Jung's psychology precisely because they intuit the need to get past a modern secularist, demythologizing cultural form. Now, what am I saying here? Well, in the past, the move has been to keep your sense of specialness secret in esotericism. Now, for those of you that are interested in Christianity, it's very, and other forms of esoteric Buddhism, esoteric Islam, and so forth, it's very interesting the way that Christianity, early Christianity, conceived itself as a revelation. It saw itself as taking what had been secret until the beginning of Christianity and making that which had been secret public. So early Christianity saw itself as taking what had been in the Gnostic systems and making it a claim in the public world. Now, in my view, if you understand the psychology of that, what they were trying to do was what we're talking about tonight, psychologically speaking. They were trying to say that ordinary people are not ordinary. That was essential in all the gospel presentations. And a lot of the studies of early Christianity have talked about how that pressing of the issue of people's preciousness before God was revolutionary. And what has happened, of course, you know, the thing about humans, I was just reading Whitehead on this today, we tend to tame everything and turn it into more and more boring, uninteresting expressions as it goes. And I think contemporary Christianity, if you look at contemporary Christianity, you would never get the idea from it that it was trying to evoke your great self. But I think if you look at what they were trying to do in the early days of Christianity from this psychological frame, I think this is probably what they were trying to do. You were going to say something.
Well, I guess I'm curious. I mean, it seems like that what you're saying is what we need is churches that are really churches, and we have churches, but they're not really churches. Why?
Let's come on into that, because that's where I'm going with this. It's like the problem, though, is that Christianity then became another tribe. It didn't conceive itself as tribal initially. It conceived itself as the point of unity of all things and the redemption point of all things, and it conceived of itself as being a fulcrum point at which the fallen world was redeemed, and everyone was recognized to be a part of a royal household. But you see, in those days, that I understand that. But in terms of when you're in that early apocalyptic frame, they were not thinking tribal. They didn't mean to be tribal at all. When they said first Adam and second Adam, that was not deemed to be tribal. That was universal. This was to be, if you come in, you will participate in, as Paul Tillich says, the new being. What is the new being? Well, it's that new experience of what was in Eden. It is the renovatio. It is the regeneration of what was tried and failed before. And so that's the mythic take that you see in Christianity. Now, it became then one more tribe, very partial, and it began to lose any sense of participation in the messianic banquet, the great banquet at the end of time. Now, is it conceivable? Now, here's where you get right up to where we are now in history. That is, we're in a tremendously critical time. And we're in a time in which human beings are not paying much attention to the preciousness of human life, practically anywhere. And you can see this in terms of our attitudes toward population. It is almost as if people are not aware, although certainly we must be at some level, about how much energy it takes to really welcome an individual and help them develop into their individuation process. How much energy it takes to try to take one child and try to help them develop into the unique being that they are. But, and then I open my news magazine and I read, the population specialists, the population experts are now relaxing. They are relieved because they find that by 2050, it's possible that if we really get our act together, there will only be 10 billion people on Earth. Now, I look at that and I think,
there are only going to be 10 billion people on Earth. And right now, we have absolutely not the first clue about what to do to help the ones we have develop into full flowering of their being. So you get, in other words, what I'm trying to say is you get incredible denial today about what is required to help individuals develop into a flowering of their individuality. And we get almost no concerted effort to try to deal with the population issues that are related to that sort of thing. Now, is it necessary that we continue in the direction we're going in now, in which all of our public policy and our public behavior moves in such a way that is very consistent with traditional culture, in which we communicate wholesale to people that they are not very special, and that human life is cheap. And you know, those Bosnian women in those rape camps, they're not worth risking any airplanes for, you know. I mean, this, if you just look around in Somalia and Bosnia, look at the message that we're getting about the preciousness of individuals throughout the world. Yeah, Dan?
We don't have to go there. We can go to any place in the city and watch the street gangs shoot each other.
Absolutely.
The teenagers having babies at 12 and 13.
Yes.
They have no value of life on either end.
Yes, yes. He's pointing out that right here at home we have a lot of public phenomena that show very little sense of the preciousness of individual life. I think there's no question about that. And the question that we have to get serious about and sort of wake up to is this really the best we can do? I mean, is this really, is this our species' destiny? Is the continuing inability to look at the significance of the human individual and of the worthiness of those individuals for enormous energies to go into their development to lead them toward this, what Jung called the golden flower of individuation. Now, I don't know about you, but I'm not ready to throw in the towel yet on these things. And I think we have to entertain the question, if we cannot move the sense of healthy narcissism, healthy sense of self-esteem and significance from the esoteric to the public once again. And that we not, and why, is there not a possibility that we can utilize the resources we have today to face up to the public implications of an understanding of the great self within, which would enable us to change our approach to education, change our approach to population dynamics, change our approach toward looking at the ecological dimensions of psychotherapy. In other words, in my personal view, and I believe this just like I'm standing here, that this is the time for an end to these modern privatistic conceptions of psychotherapy. It's over. The time for that is over. Because in my view, we can no longer pathologize people for their claims to be significant, for their desire for more attention. In my view, these young black male gang members in Chicago are quite right to refuse the contract that our culture
is trying to get them to sign. That is, that they will shut up and be quiet and be ignored while the best and the brightest get their social work degrees and get a good living on the government, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That is to say, I think we have to look at a lot of these social pathologies in the same way that we look at personal pathologies. That in fact, they are truth-telling. That people simply will not accept a contract that says you are insignificant and we have a right to ignore you. Yes?
You know, all these situations exist in the world as far as starvation or violence, you know, and we feel maybe within our means to maybe do something about it. Wouldn't Jung see this as being inflation?
Wouldn't Jung see?
Wouldn't Jung see us wanting to change that as being inflation?
Well, if Jung saw us wanting to change these world situations as inflation, he would be wrong. That's my point of view. If Jung thought that our desire to help the world in these ways is inflation, he would simply be in the old camp of pathologizing folks for their sense of specialness. Now, the Jungian word inflation is a problem on this because it is like the self-psychology word grandiosity. It sounds a little pathological. And we have to ask the question, what is the healthy heroic? Is there a healthy heroic? Because if there's not a healthy heroic, we can hang it up. Because it's going to take widespread heroic efforts in our world if we're going to get the horse back in the barn before it's too late.
Where should the effort of those heroic efforts go? Out there or
well,
within ourselves first?
Does it have to be either or?
I seem to see that the more we try to approach things on the outside, the more that those structures that we try to approach break down, and we end up looking for other substitutes that we ignore really, I think, where it should begin, which I believe is within ourselves.
Well, I would never argue against beginning within ourselves, since that's where we live, and that's what we know best, and that is certainly the center of our action in any sphere. But the concern I have with those people who tell me, let's do our inner work first and get individuated, and then we'll do the outer work, is the concern I have about that is how long it takes to get individuated. Like, I've been working on my individuation a long time, and finally it has sort of dawned on me that maybe I shouldn't wait until I finish my individuation until I try to do something on the public front. So I don't really think it's either or, and I certainly would never raise a question that you don't want to start with your inner work, but I think it would be a little unrealistic for us in our situation to wait until the inner work is completed on this stuff before we look at some of the ecological dimensions of healing, which contemporary psychotherapy tends to ignore. Now, I may have not pointed out to you that in the way it's practiced in our world today, at least in Illinois, we have been going backwards in any sense of the ecological context of therapy in relationship to community, voluntary associations, and other institutions. I think it's time for us to look at all of these dimensions of healing and reclaim the ancient wisdom that healers have to function in community in a context of mythic imagination, which helps humans reclaim their sense of belonging in a special way in the world. Let's take a break now, and then we'll come back and we'll pick that up there, and we'll talk a little bit about the great self and God and what you think about that. Let me just begin again by underscoring just what I think the task, the challenge is of our time. It's like, remember that Mission Impossible on television? Your mission if you choose to accept it. And that's really the question that is really one that's out, whether we're going to accept the kind of things that we're going to have to do. But I think that we have to look at the fact that all these old sacred canopies in the past were tribal sacred canopies. They were all tribal expressions of tribal cultures, Navajo, Apache, etc., Zulu, Zuni, whatever, around the world. And that Joseph Campbell has pointed out to us, I think, his legacy to us is very, I think, apropos one. And that is the statement that since our capacity to look at Earth from space, that there has been a new possibility created, and that is a post-tribal mythic imagination which sees the Earth as the potential great community, and that we start as human beings that there's the potential for us to claim our identity as Earth women and Earth men first, and only then to highlight our Christian tribal identification or our Muslim tribal identification or our Buddhist tribal identification or whatever. And that, therefore, when we start talking about stewarding the human legacy, that we cast our net very wide about what it is that we think we have to steward together as Earth men and Earth women. Now, that's a tall order, but the fact is that there are a lot of people doing that now. This is not just some wild-haired idea. People, a lot of different places, are sort of waking up into an Earth consciousness, to an Earth imagination, to an awareness of the need for Earth community. And all I'm saying tonight is that I don't think it's asking too much that we simply evoke, challenge a little bit more and say, well, let's take a conscious, public investment in that potential reality. Let's make it conscious. Let's make it public. Can that be done? People are doing it. People are doing it from a lot of different places. One of our group tonight was talking about what's happening in a lot of men's groups today, in which this type of thing is happening, and I think it's happening in women's groups widely, often not in the churches, but in groups like Lemina here in Chicago and many other places around. So there is a possibility of a post-tribal
reappropriation of the sacred canopy of human mythology. And there is a potential for us to start challenging each other to channeling these energies of ours, these great energies of ours, into a construction project. Instead of just a magician, masturbatory mental exercise. You know, I don't know whether you've seen the creation part of the Mystery Cycle down at Court Theater yet. I hope you get a chance to see that before it stops this time. But in the creation part, they have creation and passion that's being held in Rockefeller Chapel now. In the creation part, God comes down to the Garden of Eden, and he is this big guy in overalls and a hard hat. And a hard hat. He is a construction foreman. And so there's a sense in which we've got to get into our hard hat imagination mentality. That is, that an earth imagination which is inclusive, which I am arguing is implied by Jung's assumptions. That we have to get into a construction mentality, that we have to realize that this has to be built, and it will require effort. And say, I'm too small to do this, and you're too small to do this. And yet, in any large construction project, it takes a lot of hands to come up with something significant. God knows we've been through that here at the Institute with this new building. But anyway, so this is the widest possible public implication of a great self within, which is grounded in the human collective unconscious, and which for the first time in human history, I believe, with Campbell, that it is only now becoming clear where we have to put our energy, our great self energies, and how we have to get explicit about that and take it out of simply the sense of the classroom. And that is why I think that the Jungian community worldwide needs to serve as a catalyst for a larger sense of Earth community. It can't be the Earth community, but it can catalyze that kind of sense of inclusiveness and post-tribal understanding. Now, I said we ought to talk a little bit about the great self and God, and I wanted to just run through some of the options, and then we'll use the rest of our time to discuss. First of all, of course, we can take the Freudian approach, and we can say, well, this great self within is simply a psychological structure which doesn't really have any transcendent significance at all. It's simply a psychological structure which is there in your evolutionary sociobiology, and you simply have to learn how to deal with it. This is essentially the way all the different Freudian schools which deal with this great self do. They don't talk about any sense of any transcendent meaning to this whatsoever. And some Jungians in the international Jungian community have that kind of attitude about it. Even those that still affirm a sense of the archetypal self, some of them don't have any sense of it having any transcendent dimension whatsoever. So that's one option. Second is a way that is sort of reflected in Jung's Answer to Job book. That is that you can view humans and this aspect of the human experience as actually very significant. in a certain way. That is that the world is God's body. This is sort of a panentheistic point of view. The world is God's body, and the human species is sort of the edge of the envelope of God's emerging awakening. And that, therefore, as in answer to Job, you get this hint, and therefore humans are in their own awakening, in their own coming to more awareness about this great self within, are really helping God come to consciousness. That God is in fact unconscious. And that is why things are such a mess. And that if human beings all take part in the individuation process, then God will become more conscious gradually. So that's another point of view. As interesting ramifications, it's fun to get into that world. Even if you don't buy it, just get in there and sort of look around. Get in there and look through the glasses of that point of view, you know. It's kind of Hegelian, if you ever studied the philosophy of Hegel. And you get in there, and it's got some real fascinating ramifications. You shouldn't just throw that out without getting in there and looking at it, the way it looks in there. Then the third is the idea that this great self within is the imago Dei. That is, it is the image of God imprinted on the human soul and the psyche by God, as a sort of a signature of God, the Creator. That is, it is an imprint, like the seals of the king or queen would be imprinted, and you could tell that the divine had been there, or the royal had been there. Now there are a lot of people that read Imago Dei, or in this sense, the God Self. You could read it that way, that it's evidence for the reality of God's involvement in human being. But it's not any indication that there is an ongoing connection in your great self between the human and the divine. That it's just as you look at that, then you can say, there's something in me that's shaped a little bit like God, and it's like a seal of God. Do you get the difference there, that there's an imprint, but that there's no implication that this is really still in contact with God now? It's almost like a deist conception. If you know about deism, the watchmaker God, well, God made the watches, but God made the Imago Dei and then took off, Yes.
And how would they explain creativity?
Oh, all sorts of ways. A lot of people explain it by just saying it's pathological. The human creativity is just, their madness. And seriously, that they don't really tie human creativity to the divine creativity. A lot of people. A lot of them. Right, you think they're wrong, I think they're wrong. But then, one of the people I admire, Ann Ulanov of New York, read all her books. She's a shining example, I think, of somebody who thinks carefully about all these things. At a recent conference that I was privileged to attend, she was talking about this, and she was talking about the self, and she talked about the diamond body as being that place. She and I had not talked about this at all. I was amazed by this, but she said it's at that place where the divine and the human touch in the human soul. It's where they connect. That is, that this is not God, but it's not out of touch with the divine either, that it's a touchstone. I don't know whether you've seen that William Blake painting about that reflects this. And there's also a painting that is on the, I think it's on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel, where the creation, where you have the divine and human touching. In Michelangelo, yes. It's that same thing from E.T., the touching of the fingers.
Go on to tape 6. This is tape 6 of the mythology of the great self within.
So if you read it up through this fourth form, that is, you don't have to make the human psyche equated with God or out of touch with God, but it's possible to see that the human creativity and the divine creativity are very closely in touch, and that this would be a point of view, I think, like when I do metaphysical thinking, I usually think after Alfred North Whitehead, and Whitehead would be much closer to this last example. Yeah. So let's open it up. We've got half an hour to discuss. So you take your pick on these things, you know, about how you frame this, and of course how you frame it will have a lot to do with how you feel about the great self. So let's open up, Mel.
Robert, would you talk a little bit about the diamond body?
Yes. Well, I use that. I mean, that's my favorite. The question is about, say something about the diamond body. I use that because it's one of my favorite ways of talking about this thing that mythical traditions all over the world tend to talk about, that jewel. There's a jewel deep within the human. And you see all sorts of images of it, from the lapis philosophorum, you know, the lapis, the stone of the alchemist, to the jewel that the Islamic mystics and the Christian mystics talk about being in the psyche, in the self. But the place where you see it most clearly is in Buddhist traditions, the Diamond Sutra. And in Tibetan traditions, you have a deep sense of this precious reality, this precious diamond reality. Now, a lot of people just kind of have thought these mystics were being romantic and very florid in their language, talking this way. But if you look at the appendix to this series of books that Doug Gillette and I have on the king within, the warrior within, the magician within, the lover within, in the appendix to those, we've included a series of diagrams which, following Jung, suggest that not only does the archetypal self have a crystalline structure, as Jung said. If you look in ion, it's not just any crystalline structure, it's an octahedral structure. And that we believe that the intuition of a diamond within is more than just a kind of romantic flourish, that it's an intuition of an actual internal blueprint for the developing, individuating self that is an octahedral form. This is in Jung's chapter there on the structure, the phenomenology of the self. He shows it grounded in Gnosticism. But if you look at this and you understand that it's cross-cultural, that this diamond consciousness, in my view, is an intuition of this deep structure, sort of a code, the great code for the individuation of the self, both male and female. And so just take a look at those diagrams in the appendix. So when I say diamond body, I just think it's a very powerful image of this code. Yes?
Is there any correlation with the molecular structure of DNA in that intuition of the diamond body?
I think that the comments about the relationship between DNA and the diamond body, I am convinced that that in the DNA is an encoding of this dynamic structure of the human psyche, and it's like a code for a hologram. And it's not. You won't look into the DNA and find a diamond, probably. But what you will find is a code that says essentially, these are the dialectical tensions that a human psyche has got to balance. And if it balances these, then it can move toward maturity. There is, in other words, there's a code, in my view, in our species, just as in other species. There's a code in evolutionary biology for what a mature baboon is, for what a mature pigeon is, for what a mature cow is. Well, there's a code for what a mature human is. And it's not just all over the place. Contrary to what our know-nothing psychologists would like to think. If you look at Jung's whole thing, what is individuation? It's learning to recognize the opposites and balance them in such a way that you don't become smaller, but you become capable of including more. You begin to be able to include more ranges of experience, different types of typology, functions, and so forth. But I would argue, in my work, I argue that what is being balanced is aggression, cognition, affiliation, and nurture. And that those are the four forms, those are the four challenges that are the opposites. And that the cognition side of those, that there's a very intellectual rebel in you that goes against nurturing. That's the part in the child that says no to mom, and so forth. But anyway, so I do believe that there is a code. Now, clearly, this puts me intellectually in a tradition such as that of Whitehead, which, unlike many Western traditions, I think that there is no necessary bifurcation between science and religion, mind and body, etc., spirit and nature. That if you have a system of philosophy which gets past that Kantian dualism, then you don't have to think that if it's in the DNA, that means it's not of God. Because, yeah, right. Do what?
I was suggesting that that's where God is found.
That would be the way I would tend to read that. I would tend to see that science, the better science gets, the better science is able to follow the thoughts of God. And that ought to be something we keep in mind now, because we are making, if we survive, we are making incredible scientific leaps now. The incredible burgeoning of scientific knowledge now is mind-boggling. In your lifetime and my lifetime, if we, as we Southerners say, if we live, they're going to map the human genetic structure. And when we put the bifocals on the Hubble telescope, we're going to have a revolutionary advance in our capacity to look outward. So we are having revolutionary advances in looking outward, back toward the beginning, and into our what we are biologically. And so we are in this incredible rush towards self-knowledge now. That to me is extremely exciting. It's like this is a part of the kairos that we're in now, the pregnant time, the time of fulfillment. And it's no accident that just as we are making these incredible reaches towards self-understanding, we've never been in as much danger as we are now. Other comments? Yes.
You promised us at the first meeting that maybe it's time to talk about the election, the recent election.
Oh, yes. Okay, yes. Yeah, yeah.
Just to finish what you're saying.
Yeah.
Do you see process theology as being the thing that's sort of taking Jung's insight into the realm of theology?
Well, let me say this. I don't think contemporary process, the questions about process theology and Jungian thought, I don't think the people in process philosophy and process thought have discovered Jung. Most of them are so cultically into their own metaphysical system, they're not studying anything else. But I think that if they studied, like my colleagues who are process thinkers, are quite clear that of all the contemporary psychologies, the psychology that is most relevant for a postmodern process way of thinking is Jung. And so, in other words, Whitehead, Hartshorne, and those people who follow in that tradition, if they chose a psychology that was a parallel to theirs, like if they would choose a post-Einsteinian physics, they would choose a Jungian approach to psychology. So now about the election, we project this great self on our leaders, and it's a part of our desire to get rid of it. We've got this press to get. I got to get rid of my great self and have you carry it, and this is what gives charismatic leadership its power. Read Weber, Max Weber's work on that. But it's also what makes it dangerous, because let me just recommend a book to you by John Perry. It's called The Heart of History. And in that, John Perry has traced the development of this great self from out here in royal kingship to in here in democracy. So the internalization, taking the projection of the great self off of people out there and bringing it in here so that we can relate to it from within, makes democracy possible. And so that's the best book. It's a book, John's book is the most important psychology of democracy that's ever been written. And it was published by State University of New York Press, small edition, hardback, and I don't think very many people got to see it. But it's an extremely important book to understand the challenge of the spread of democracy worldwide. See, what we're seeing in this worldwide this movement toward democracy is an internalization of this great self. Moving beyond the compulsive projection of it onto political leaders. We are by no means there. But that would be my thought on that, yes.
To come back to what I perceive was a metaphysical question
yes.
that came in about what is it, how do we see this? I'd like to offer the concept that, first of all, this species is transitory and that we're just in transition. And not all the pieces will make it across the ocean. What the great self is and the pieces that have been put in with us are a beacon to help guide us to where we're supposed to go, and that we're sort of like on a project. It's almost like you took a group of engineering students and put them in the woods and said, you got to get out of here.
Yeah, it is almost like that, isn't it?
And some of them remember pieces of what it's like and where they need to go, and some don't. And sometimes the beacon can lead you astray because you follow the beacon and fall into a chasm and don't realize you have to build a
bridge.
Yes.
And I think what we're evolving towards as part of this great self is taking this shell, this material shell that we carry with us, and evolving it to be able to contain the energy at a physical level that this great self can emanate.
Yes.
And it isn't there yet, so that's why we're having a problem.
That's right.
But I think we are on a project, and I think it's trying to get back to where this great self is leading us. And I think this great self is only a piece of what we came out of. I think it's just a beacon. It only reflects a piece of what we're about.
A contemporary Gnostic position, and beautifully stated, too. He was talking about the great self as being a part of what is possible. When we get to the Gnosticism conference, it's coming up in February, you will find this February, the end of this month, we'll be talking about that in the context of traditional Gnosticism, but what you are referring to there in Gnostic terms is called the pleroma, the fullness, the sense of the fullness of what is possible. And this gets us back. I just couldn't resist this for those of you that have an interest in Christian myth, Christian tradition. The Christian theologians over the centuries have had an intuition about this kind of thing, and they talked about this kind of thing in their own way. And in recent theology, they talked about that as realized eschatology. That is, that the last eschatology, the study of the last things, that is the apocalypse, the unveiling of what has been hidden in the esoteric, and the image of the kingdom of God, or the reign of God, was an image of this pleroma, this fullness that's possible, that's beyond anybody's imaginings, you see. It's like in the Handel's Messiah. If you listen to the Handel's Messiah and you listen carefully, you get this musical anticipation of this pleroma, this sense of what the end time brings. Instead of it being like the fundamentalist nightmare, it is the revelation. The apocalypse means the unveiling. As Paul says, then we now we see through a glass darkly, but then face to face. And so the theologians have talked about the potential for persons to participate. Here's the $50 word, proleptically, to participate proleptically in this new reality. Now that word means to participate in it partially in anticipation of the fullness that is to come. And so that is a sense that while you're on this project, you may not have the fullness of it yet, but you are participating in its reality already by being involved in this construction project. And, I think if you look back at them, that whatever you think about Christian revelation or theology at a metaphysical level, psychologically, it was very insightful about this stuff. Yes?
I just wanted to bring two Catholic theologians to mind when you're talking about classic theology. One is Teilhard de Chardin and his concept of Christogenesis, which I think is very similar to what Jung was onto. They were coming at it from different places, but synchronistically, I think they were arriving together. And then Matt Fox, who talks about the cosmic Christ. And to me, they are direct theological parallels to what Jung was doing in psychology, and they are both process theologians. So I think that there is certainly an interface there in those two schools, the creation, spirituality, original blessing, all of that language that Matt Fox uses.
Yeah, you can see. Let me just say for the tape, she's bringing our attention to Teilhard de Chardin's work and Matthew Fox's work as contemporary Catholic process theology expressions of what we were talking about earlier. I think that's extremely right on target. And especially this thing about the creation spirituality. Now, whatever you think of Matt Fox, I mean, he's onto something with that, because it is saying, look, we have underestimated what we have been given, and our birthright as humans is incalculably richer than those people who have emphasized our pathologies want to say. And so I think that's a rich resource for us, yes.
As you talked about the diamond body, I started sketching gyres. I don't know if people know the work of W.B. Yeats, that Yeats had a system in which he believed that every 2,000 years, consciousness changed fundamentally, and that the image of that process was a widening spiral. And when I think about that, I think of his 2,000 years as may have been off a little bit. I mean, he does 2,000 years from the birth of Christ, rapidly approaching.
Yes.
But I think about the consciousness that anthropologists tell us was characteristic of hunter-gatherers, where the sense of self was very, very diffuse within nature, so that when one killed a deer and prayed to the deer, one then incorporated it, and the deer was reborn in one's body, and then when you die, you get buried and you're reincorporated into nature, and the consciousness was very diffuse. And then they're at the beginning of agriculture, when we take dominion over the earth, and consciousness gets integrated within the individual, and there's this sense of separation, and history as an arrow gets born, and it seems as though all that we're talking about is the genesis in our time of a synthesis of these, in which our consciousness will not be so divorced from nature, but will in some way return to embrace that, what we might call primitive or hunter-gatherer, or sense of connectedness to the natural world. And that is going to have to be a cultural evolution. You're talking about how long it takes, the individuation process. What's so frightening to me is that they are predicting that within 7 to 20 years, the rainforests will have been sufficiently decimated that we will no longer have access to the kind of biodiversity which are there, that not only will the rainforest be decimated, but that as the cultures of the indigenous people who know the properties of so many.
So if we hold those two things you're pointing out together, one in each hand, for the tape, she's talking about on the one hand, it was Yeats.
Yeats' spirals.
Yeats' spirals of widening consciousness and transformations in consciousness. On the other hand, the collapsing timeline we've got about the biodiversity disappearing. By the way, C.E.O. Wilson's book, which is called The Diversity of Life, about that. Now that's what strikes me. What you're pointing to there, this is what strikes me. Now, if I wanted to get into my cynical trickster, sort of depressed academic self, I could just get into nihilism about this and cynicism and have another drink and whine a lot. But on the other hand, it's interesting that in the Mabinogion, which is those Celtic myths that were so influential on Yeats, you got the diamond body imaged there in the Mabinogion, as you see in Lawyer's book, The Celtic Quest. That's another image of this diamond thing coming up as an image in that culture of individuation. But it strikes me that when Tillich and other people talk about the kairos, the pregnant time, the fullness of time, we're in it. We're in it. And I see now Alfred North Whitehead, when he would emphasize something, he would emphasize the incredible importance of each individual's act in creating the destiny of the epic. That all this stuff is, as some of the people say, that the future is open. It is closing up fast, but it is open. It is open to the radical significance of human action in this time. So it is a striking thing, and I think we need to get it, sort of blast through our denial about this. It is a pregnant time. Yes.
The Buddhists, I believe, are also heading towards their 4,000-year cycle. So there are lots of, as you said, convergent.
Yes.
And an image that I like very much, I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name right,
Bakoven?
Yes. Of the man who is plaiting the rope and the donkey is eating it.
Oh.
In other words, creation is only accomplished as destruction also happens at the same time. Mm-hmm. And I think we have to keep that in mind.
Yes. Well, there's no question that there's plenty of destruction happening, and we've got a lot to balance, I think, in our time. But I think that, if you look at all these different, if you just read your New York Times every Sunday morning, it'll get you aware of that dimension of things. What we have to do, see, what could the role of the Jungian community internationally be? See, I don't think we have to be inflated about this. I don't think it's a matter of inflation. But let's face it, there is no other major intellectual tradition in the world which is seeking at a grassroots level, like we are, to bridge these many abysses between people. The abysses of religious traditions, the abysses of race, the abysses of culture. Most of our world is going in a tribalistic direction, including the academic world, in their what I call hyper-modern, post-modernist, deconstructionist moves. Jungian psychology is one of the very few containers which might be a vessel for a catalyst for an identification with a wider community. Now, the Jungian community can't do all the work it has to be done. It's only one part of this thing. But there are other people that are actively doing work all over the world. Murray Stein the other day, knowing of my interest in facilitating cooperation between world spiritual traditions on the human agenda, pointed out to me, gave me this thing that had come to his attention. There are people in the world now who are gathering together networking data on all the people who are activists in various social justice earth concerns. So there is a kind of a convergence going on. People are thinking very similar thoughts, many, many places in the world. They have to find each other. They have to make common cause. They have to network with each other. They have to get involved both locally and at other levels if we are to deal with this situation in such a short time frame, yes.
Could you talk about the World Parliament of Religions?
Yes, I think that the World Parliament of Religions, which is coming up this summer, is something we Jungians need to support. We need to support. We need to be there. We need to participate in it. We need to try to help it be a significant event, and we need to try to make the learnings of it go on past the centennial. It is the centennial of the 1893 World Parliament that was held here in Chicago, which was the first time in history that the religions of the world got together in a friendly way. So in this summer, toward the end of the summer, they will be gathering. The Dalai Lama is going to be here. They're going to be gathering here in Chicago for a lot of different kinds of events, sort of a mosaic of events, with all of the different religious traditions represented here in Chicago, which is about all of them. They're going to be focusing on the human agenda, which I submit is a significant thing. When you get all these people from the Zoroastrians to the Muslims to the Jews to the Christians to the Buddhists and the Hindus getting together and talking about what we face as planet. And so I think it's something we should support, and I will make sure that the Institute here has information about the World Parliament, so that all you need to do is to contact the Institute here to get information about that. It's very much in the Jungian spirit, actually. I hope Jungians really support it. Yes. Do what?
They are registering. They're taking registrations.
They're taking registrations already. It's wonderful. Yes.
Something that interests me, the idea of the human being as a vessel for this idea of the great self. When I saw Michael Jackson on TV, somehow first of all, it bothered me, but somehow I connected it to this kind of thing. Would you address yourself to what you think is going on?
With Michael Jackson? No, I really think that you need to look at his videos, look at Michael Jackson's videos, and he is flying very close to this thing. I mean, I'm the last person that wants to depreciate or minimize him as a person, and a lot of people get into their hate and envy of him and want to just ridicule him. And of course, he is flying so close to this thing that I think that it's very dangerous for him. And what it's doing to him, all the plastic surgery, I think, is related to this. But on the other hand, if you look at the sort of the concrete messianic kinds of things he tries to do, we need not to depreciate and ridicule and hate him for this. He is putting enormous amounts of resources into healing and trying to bring about some visions for a possible future. And so I fear for him, because it's dangerous for anybody to get that close to this flame. But look, a lot of rich people in this world that are merely rich, and they could be important. And he's putting his money where his images are, a lot of them. And you know, there are other rock stars and other people that are beginning to do this. I call your attention to Sting. Sting, who has single-handedly been very significant in ecological warfare for the earth. And if that sort of thing, you know, Saul Alinsky used to say, you don't have to have 100% of the people. You don't have to have 50% of them. You don't have to have 25% of them. Just 1%. 1%. And if you got enough contagion of that kind of stewardship of resources, things could change rapidly in this world. So
But look at Michael Jackson's videos, particularly that one where he transforms into a sort of a RoboCop and fights evil. You know, that's very messianic in his. Somebody else, yes. Then we got to stop.
Just want to add to that he seems to be doing what you were urging the Jungian community to do. He's teaming up with Jimmy Carter and starting some kind of program. He's trying to come out of being so reclusive.
Yes.
Really take some action.
You know, we've got to be, thank you for that. We have to be very, very conscious of these hateful, envious responses to people that try to make a difference. It is so prevalent. And you just notice when somebody tries to do something, there are a lot of people that really like to see him disappear. And I don't think it's out of any health that they feel that way. I think that it's an envy response to the fact that they see that great self coming out there and they hate it. They cannot stand somebody shining that. So I think that it's very important for us when we see somebody, for example, like Richard Gere, who I used to appreciate. I thought, well, he's just another pretty boy, But Richard Gere has really worked very hard to support Tibetan Buddhism in the world and all of the peacemaking activities of the Dalai Lama. And we could just go on and on and on about the increasing tendency of celebrities that have a lot of money to really start trying to be part of a solution. Now that's hopeful, especially if people start getting it. There could be a change. And again, I say, it's not just celebrities. There are a lot of rich people around with lots of money that are merely rich, and they haven't found a way to be important yet. But increasingly, I think of one young man that I know, very successful Chicago man, and brilliant in finance and so forth. He has found a way to get very active in very concrete ways in the city of Chicago and helping those that have no one much to help them. And it's a very inspiring thing to see when somebody that's not a celebrity, but who has been fortunate financially and who finds ways, uses his creativity to find ways to put those resources into making a big difference in the lives of a lot of people that have no power or money. And so when I see that sort of thing, it gives me hope. See, all the hope is not in Arkansas. Thank you very much, and I appreciate so much your coming. It's been a lot of pleasure for me.